Good morning, everybody. I'm Yuval Levin of the American Enterprise Institute, and it's my very great pleasure to welcome you to AEI for a series of conversations about the prospects for unity in a divided society. We at AEI are very pleased to be co-hosting this gathering with our friends at the Wheatley Institute at Brigham Young University. Wheatley does tremendously important work to fortify the foundations of American society through scholarship and research on really our core institutions: family, religion, constitutional government. And we at AEI put those very foundations front and center too in our own work. And so this is really, in a lot of ways, a very natural partnership for us. And our subject for today is also altogether natural for that partnership. For those of us who emphasize the importance of those core social institutions and of our system of government, the challenge of division, the challenge of the breakdown of solidarity in American life is an enormous concern. And it's a challenge that is not as obvious as it may seem. Everybody knows that Americans are divided. Everybody can see that that is very much a problem. But to do anything about it as citizens or as participants in the work of important institutions, we have to first understand this kind of challenge. What really are the roots of contemporary polarization? What might be done to alleviate it? What do we even really mean by unity or by division? These are exactly the kinds of questions that we're going to be taking up this morning. We'll do it in the form of 3 sessions, each of which will really be a conversation among a group of people who are particularly well-positioned to think about the challenge of holding a diverse and dynamic and often divided society together. The first of those will be moderated by Paul Edwards, who runs the Wheatley Institute and so is our co-host for today. Paul will introduce those panelists and will get us started. And so with that, Paul, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, Yuval, thank you. Thank you so much for making this day possible. We're really excited to be here at the American Enterprise Institute. Again, my name is Paul Edwards. I direct Wheatley Institute at Brigham Young University. And Wheatley Institute, we believe that human flourishing comes in no small part by having well-functioning institutions of civil society, and adherence to the constitutional framework that makes those institutions even possible. And so our mission is to engage scholars, thought leaders, students, the public in research-supported work that helps to fortify the core institutions of family, religion, and constitutional government. So maintaining trust and trustworthiness in those institutions has never been an easy task, we know that, but it seems to be particularly difficult in this time of corrosive political polarization and division. So take, for example, the institution of the family. At a sobering briefing in February for the National Governors Association, and Tim, I think you were there, the pollster Frank Luntz shared that 47% of younger Americans have cut ties with a family member over politics. Now, before we launch into our discussion today and before I introduce our panelists, I just want to share a little bit about our motivation at Wheatley Institute for engaging this topic head-on. Wheatley is a research unit of Brigham Young University, which, as you probably know, is owned and operated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In 2 recent general conferences of the church, senior leaders of the church and members of my board of trustees have raised directly these issues. So in April of 2021, and we use the term president for a leader in the church, President Dallin H. Oaks, who was a former law professor at University of Chicago, president of Brigham Young University, a justice on the Utah Supreme Court, he shared in a general conference a message about the importance of the inspired nature of structural principles within the Constitution that, quote, block the autocratic ambitions that have corrupted democracy in some countries. In that address, he counseled members of the church to, quote, exercise our influence civilly and peacefully within the framework of our constitutions and applicable laws. On contested issues, we should seek to moderate and unify. A few years later, in April of 2023, the president of our church, Russell Nelson, talked about how decency, and I'll quote from his address. He says, civility and decency seem to have disappeared during this era of polarization and passionate disagreements. I'm greatly concerned that so many people seem to believe that it is completely acceptable to condemn, malign, and vilify anyone who does not agree with them. My dear brothers and sisters, this should not be. As disciples of Jesus Christ, we are to be examples of how to interact with others, especially when we have differences of opinions. The Savior's message is clear. His true disciples build, lift, encourage, persuade, and inspire, no matter how difficult the situation. True disciples of Jesus Christ are peacemakers. So, as an institution of higher learning that tries to blend both the craft of great research with the motivation from our faith leaders, this is actually a real call to action, I think, on the part of my board of trustees, that we need to address these kinds of issues head on and in this kind of a public forum. So now let me tell you about why I think we're starting with dessert first this morning, because we're going to have a lot of substance today, and this is substantive, but it's also a treat to have Monica Guzman and Tim Shriver with us. Let me tell you just a little bit here, and then we'll jump into our discussion. So Monica is, I'm going to get the title here right, is Senior Fellow for Public Practice. Is that the right term?
That's the right term.
At Braver Angels, and I think you're aware of Braver Angels as a really important grassroots organization around the country that's working to depolarize political discussion. I consider Monica one of the freshest, feistiest, and real fabulous voices out there. She's she's kind of a David-like character standing up to the Goliath of the outrage industrial complex that we have. She's host of a great podcast called The Braver Way, co-founder and CEO of Reclaim Curiosity, an organization that works to build a more curious world. She's had some really great fellowships with the McGurn Fellow at the University of Florida. This is a relatively new position at their College of Journalism and Communications. Just a terrific journalist and author of this book, I Never Thought of It That Way, which is a really useful guide for kind of practical ways to engage in meaningful conversations and to enhance our own curiosity about worlds of difference that we engage and how to do that in not just a respectful and civil way, but a way that actually creates greater meaning for us. And so let's provide a warm welcome to Monica Guzman. And then Tim.
And we have.
Then we have Tim. And Tim is chairman of the Special Olympics, where he's driven a major expansion of the organization, growing the movement from 1 million athletes to well over 6 million. Is that right, going into this year's Olympics? Co-founder and chair of Unite, an initiative to promote national unity and solidarity across difference, and the incubator of a project we'll hear about more today called the Dignity Index. One thing I really appreciate about Tim is his emphasis on trying to share stories of inspiration. And he's done this by executive producing films. One that you may remember quite well with Steven Spielberg, Amistad. Shriver earned his undergraduate degree from Yale, a master's degree up the road here at Catholic University, and a doctorate in education from University of Connecticut. So please provide a warm welcome to Tim Shriver. Okay, so we're not doing like opening statements this morning, other than the one I just gave you. Okay, we're gonna jump into discussion. The two of you have been out and about, and you're engaged at a grassroots level. You're talking to a lot of people from both sides, all sides. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what sides mean anymore. Yeah. How bad is it out there? I'm just curious, from your perspective. I mean, we see certain kinds of polling, and we have some indication, right, from groups like More in Common, that on actual policy issues, there's a lot more overlap than there is divide on the substance. Mm-hmm. But when you think of the issue of disunity in the nation right now, how bad is it? Monica?
Yeah, it's a great question to start off with. The two things that I think of as being the main barriers to not unity so much as openness and curiosity and the ability to converse across our differences so we know what we're missing and catch our blind spots and all of that, those two things are fear and certainty. Those are the arch villains of curiosity. Our brains shut down, or rather, they just change. They go into a different place. So with certainty, if you think you know, you won't think to ask. There's a whole lot of certainty going on right now with different communities of belief who, for all kinds of reasons, it's tempting to just be sure that the way you see it is absolutely the right way. There's a lot of vilification and a lot of other things going on that keep you on that frame of mind. And then with fear, I think we can all feel that. There's just a lot of anxiety. And what the brain does when it goes to a place of fear is fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, which is a fun one. If you haven't heard of fawning, that's the performance of connection to try to stave off a new threat. I am so sorry, that's not what I meant at all. Oh my gosh, what can I do? Even that is a fear response. So all kinds of things come from those four that keep us from actually even seeing what our debates are really about. You mentioned that we're not as divided as we think. We're really not. Like, research shows us over and over again, the overlap on immigration, on guns, it's there, but you wouldn't know it by the way we're talking about it. So when you ask how bad is it, I think about the force of certainty in the American imagination and the force of fear and anxiety and trepidation. As I like to say, whoever is underrepresented in your life is going to be overrepresented in your imagination right now. And your imagination is not a great source of truth. So what can we do to break past that?
Okay. Tim, what's your sense of the lay of the land out there?
I'm going to say the fact that Monica and I are sitting on this stage means it's not that bad. I want to thank you, Paul, and thank the Institute, and thank AEI. This is my second time in this building over the last several years. The last time I was here talking about education issues, social and emotional learning issues, and I think, I don't want to read too much into it, but I think the fact that we're having these conversations, and I know this is not atypical of a place like this to have these conversations, but I think it's an indication of what I would call the good news, which is the demand for a change is enormous. This is an exhausted country. People are tuning out by the millions from news, from politics. They're disgusted by the vitriol. They realize it's untrue. They don't trust political, or the media now has dropped to the lowest trusted institution in the most recent Edelman Trust Barometer, because they've come to believe that what they're being told by the partisan news, not by all media, but by partisan media, is a lie. We're now conditioned to believe that what we're being told by most of our political leaders are lies. And so they're exhausted. The demand for an alternative, Monica's referenced the fact that we sort of intuitively know we're not that far apart on issues. We don't have a difference of opinion issue. We have a toxic, dehumanizing polarization issue. It's not the same. On the other hand, the supply, not to sound like I'm an economist at AEI, although it'd be nice if I were, the supply of leadership in the space of healing, easing, bridging these divides is low. At least it's perceived to be low. And it's perceived to be low in part because the toxic means of communication stifle the healers and elevate the dividers. So I think actually, you know, if we were business folks up here, we'd be saying to ourselves, oh my God, there's a gigantic market out there. Why don't we meet the market where it is? What's so funny, Tom? Yeah, we could make some money. Yeah, well, this is what, you know, our colleague Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, has been saying. You can win elections on this. It's an underrepresented reality that you can win by actually telling people the truth about when you make mistakes, when you fall short, and actually challenging people to meet in a common ground of dignity.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to
All right,
stop you
stop
there.
me. All right. I started to get going.
No, but you brought up Spencer Cox.
Yeah.
Says you can win elections on this. He just lost in convention.
No, he didn't lose.
No,
he lost in convention, but that, I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm from Utah, although I feel like I'm practically a member of the LDS Church now, and almost from Utah. He lost in, forgive me for interrupting, but he, as I understand it, the political structure in Utah allows for a convention process that nominates with the most extreme elements of the party. And as far as I know, the last 3 or 4 elections for governor of Utah, none of the conventions nominated the winner. Am I correct?
In the primary, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but this is an interesting point. So I want to get to, and we'll be talking about some structural issues here. Okay,
right.
So let's.
Yeah.
But we've talked a little bit about some psychology. I want to go to that for just a minute, and then build into why it is that a governor who has a very high approval rating with the general public nearly got booed off the stage at his own party's convention. Yeah. Okay. Look, the issues of the concern about faction and division is as old as human history, it seems like. I mean, this goes back to, you know, the first family in Genesis ends up with fratricide.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it starts with she did it. And then she goes to, no, the snake did it. There's a scapegoating mechanism, which we can talk about, that's pretty primitive. And the blaming of someone else for discomfort, Monica's alluded to this, the reaction to tension, fear, discomfort, the blaming of, no, it wasn't me, it was her, it was him. That's a primitive, the book of Leviticus talks about this as a scapegoating mechanism. There's tension in the group. Let's find something, a goat, put all of the tension on the goat, and then beat the hell out of the goat and chase it out. When you ask a lot of people, I ask my Uber drivers, I don't know about you, because this is the kind of thing I talk about with Uber drivers. It's like, what do you think would heal the problem? Oh, you know what almost everybody says, common enemy.
Absolutely.
What they're alluding to is the scapegoating mechanism. If we could only agree on who we hate, we'd be fine. And so you see this elevation, for instance, in my view at least, I'm not going to get too policy-oriented here, but this elevation of contempt for China. I'm sure there's a lot of people in this room who think China's a bad actor. But you start to see it on both sides. Ooh, this is something we can really agree on. This is something that will really bring us together. We can fill in the blank, common enemy. So this mechanism is old and normal, but needs checking.
Okay, so Monica?
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you guys earlier that with my podcast, A Braver Way, I recently spoke to a historian whose expertise was Washington's cabinet. And when you read the history of George Washington and how he felt about Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson being utter scoundrels to each other, serving on the same administration, I mean, the things they would do to snipe and snipe and snipe. There's a line in the Hamilton musical where Hamilton goes to Washington and says, Jefferson started it. And even this
kind
historian,
of like Adam and Eve.
Yeah, this historian, Lindsay Stravinsky, was saying, really what they kept doing was sort of whining to Daddy, like coming up and saying, Daddy, Thomas was being mean. But they just, they were underhanded, they were duplicitous, they were sneaky. Back then, the ethic was to be a virtuous Republican, small r Republican. And that meant don't be Britain. Don't be the monarchy. Don't be lavish. Don't be fancy. Be forthright. But man, as much as we idolize those guys and that we think that sometime in the past, American politics were, they never were. They really never were.
Okay, so why is this moment different in some way? I mean, or is it? I mean, is it just that people are telling us we're polarized, or is this a unique moment of division and polarization? And why is that the case? You have some theories on this in the beginning of the book about, tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not the most divided we've been by several metrics, including, say, 700,000 people dying in the Civil War. Pretty bad. But I think that one of the key differences in this era is communication.
Okay.
The power of the mind and of our thinking. And then what happens when we can share our thoughts all really, really quickly, and when everybody can do that, and it just, things just spiral. We see that. So in the book, I talk about the SOS. This is the call for help. These are 3 very natural tendencies in human nature that have just led us where we are, this perfect storm. So it's sorting, othering, and siloing. And sorting is the very natural human tendency to want to be around people who are like us. It's how we form friendships. It's the easiest way to form community. Makes total sense. The thing is, when you are surrounded by people who share your instincts, you'll also share your blind spots. So what are you doing to check those? And over time, you start to think you're really smart. Meanwhile, you're becoming very stupid. And then othering, that's the O. And othering is the natural human tendency to want to put distance between yourself and those you deem different. And it can be entirely meaningless, that difference. My favorite example is that time that somebody, a parent of a kid in my daughter's school, comes up and I realize, oh, your kid is also in the same grade. What class is she in? Oh, she's not in my daughter's class. Oh, like already. Us versus them, right? Like it just doesn't even have to be meaningful. But when it's accompanied by a story, they're out to get me, Then, some of the worst sins of humanity come from othering. And then siloing is mostly about, not that one, this one. The stories that we surround ourselves with, and that we now have the power to bring with us everywhere we want, that we customize, right? This goes up against the world and wins because it's designed to be what I want. It's the dopamine rush that I want all the time. And so what happens there is you're in your silos, your echo chambers, and we know this already. And if you hear about the other side, it'll be through layers and layers and layers of judgment before it gets to you. So those 3 things, all exacerbated by our media and our communications, technology, and culture, have put us in this place where we're thinking our way into this rut that isn't even real.
Okay, so Tim, what's the incentive structure that's out there? We talked about the potential incentives for unification, that there's an exhausted majority, but tell us a little bit more structurally about the incentive structure within media and politics that
Yeah, I mean,
is
I
creating the
can't add
problem.
much to either what Monica said and what Arthur Brooks has written about. I mean, he has the term the outrage industrial complex. You have this quite open complicity agreement between partisan politics, partisan media, and the algorithm to elevate the power of devotional anger and dehumanizing rhetoric.
Devotional anger.
Yeah, devotional anger, well, that's a Matt Taibbi phrase. Kara Swisher just wrote recently about the role of the algorithm in the same thing. So what we have is not new. We have Adam and Eve to remind us, or Leviticus, or anybody else we want, the neuroscientists to remind us there's a natural tendency to sort and to fear difference. What we do have that's new is the amplification and the commercialization of that devotional anger, and the weakening of the institutions, the strengthening of the institutions that benefit from enhancing it, and the weakening of the institutions that benefit from reducing it. Mm-hmm. So I was with the Rotary Club last night, and people in this room, Yuval, I'm sure will speak about this, about the power of these institutions, like Rotary clubs, Lions clubs, JCs, Kiwanis clubs, that were all formed in a period of strengthening association, right? Americans came to the cities, they wanted to find ways to recover the sense of community, so they built these institutions. They have deep values. They start with the Pledge of Allegiance. The Lions Clubs has one mission: we serve. This is the foundational nature. It's a collective. It's a civic responsibility to build these institutions. All those churches, faith-based institutions, all weakening for a whole host of reasons. Weakening. So young people don't join these things. They don't hear "we serve." They don't hear the words of the Savior in the LDS community. They don't hear the exhortations of the social gospel or tikkun olam or all these different kinds of messages that come historically out of faith-based institutions. What they do hear is the voice of the outrage industrial complex. They're after you. They've screwed you. They've ruined you. Big institutions are the enemy now instead of the place in which to find meaning. So you have this amplification and the commodification, if you will, of hatred. It's good business, and I don't think we can. I don't want to other people in those businesses, and we're very clear. And I know Monica is also not to blame people, but to look at behavior. So you can look at President Biden or former President Trump and say, this behavior is divisive. This behavior reduces the chances of violence. This behavior increases the chances of violence. You don't have to say Trump is a bad guy or Biden's a bad guy. You can just say the behavior. And what we've tried to do is disentangle that. But in answer to your question, I think, Paul, the difference now is that we're accompanied by this toxin 24 hours a day, as opposed to once a week when we meet at our group, our little Republican Party gathering once a month, where we would hear all the horrible things about Democrats or vice versa. Now we hear it all the time. We hear it amplified because the algorithm wants you to hear more of what will draw you back. You hear it from leaders because politicians realize in many respects they benefit from this. Governor Cox is an exception in saying, I do not benefit from the extreme positions of his convention, or the more, I don't want to characterize those folks, but so you've got all the forces that you want to reduce, and in any institution, I mean, I learned this when I was a young teacher, any institution is designed to take a normal curve of talent and make it better. That's what the HR or the culture builders of Google or IBM or Harvard want to do. They want to take the talent they have and make it better.
Formative institutions.
Yeah, or bad or failing institutions take the talent they have and make it worse, make it underperform its ability. Right now, the talent we have in leadership positions, in partisan media, algorithm, politics, is taking the talent that enters those systems, in my view, and making it more divisive.
Okay. This sounds like a very difficult problem then to address, because we've got human nature exacerbated by the incentives of a number of different forces right now. But Monica, I want to ask you, you started to address this at a very personal level. Arthur Brooks tells about how he started to recognize hearing among his conservative colleagues demonization of the left in a way that it was like, they're talking about my parents. Tell us about your parents.
Yes. So the biggest reason I'm doing what I do is because of my family.
Say more.
So we're Mexican immigrants, and in the year 2000, we became American citizens. I was 17, so I was automatically naturalized. And they immediately became Republicans, and I was very clear that I was liberal and Democrat. And it all made sense when I saw the Bush-Cheney sign over my mother's desk. I just plopped my backpack down and said, oh, okay, here we go. And so it was a particular, I suppose, privilege that we lived in a part of New Hampshire where very few people spoke Spanish. So we would go out to eat and, at a restaurant. And because we speak Spanish and no one else can hear us, our volume can be like 2 or 3 clicks higher without feeling like we're actually disturbing anyone else. Oh boy, the debates, the arguments over what Glenn Beck said last night or over what we saw in the New York Times or what have you. I came home from college, right? I went to a liberal arts college, and I could not rely on reception of the ideas that I was getting excited about. I could rely on friction, just constant, and then comes the 2016 election and 2015 and that campaign. And boy, like with so many families, our relationship was tested pretty strenuously. And yet, the best analogy I've got is that heat in a conversation is good, the heat that friction generates. The question is, are you cooking something or are you burning something? And it's kind of like my Instant Pot, The Instant Pot goes, burn, burn. You're like, oh my God, you stop it, put some water in, take a break. Me and my parents were able to mostly keep our conversations to a simmer, which means we cooked up understanding. And so, they voted for Trump. They're going to vote for him enthusiastically again. I voted for Clinton, Biden. And the thing is, and I wrote this line in my book, and I erased it, and I wrote it again, and I erased it, and I finally just left it in, which is that it got to the point, which was significant for me as a liberal, that I thought there were so many conversations about how my parents came to believe what they believe, that I got to the point where I said, if I were my parents, I would have voted for Trump too. And that was a deep level of understanding. And then when you get to that, something like that, it's not like, I'm not voting for Trump. That's not happening, right? And I really, really don't like the guy or what he's doing to the country. But the temperature of that dislike and rage just goes down. And so the reason I even got started on this was in Seattle, where I live, in 2016 and 2017, going to different events and gatherings and hearing people who were very scared, mostly all liberal Democrats, right? Just start to get into their conversations toward that place where they're blaming those people. Those people who voted for Trump. And I realized something in my gut was like, ouch, ouch. And it took me a while to realize they're talking about my parents, and they're wrong. They're wrong about them. But how do I begin? Where do I begin? And so I started just playing this little game where I would just drink whatever was nearby, probably a stout. And as these conversations were going, I would just say, you know what? My parents are actually Mexican immigrants who voted for Trump. And back then, especially, like, bomb drops. Silence and awkwardness. And but more often than not, someone would look at me and say, why? And that's curiosity. And then I could come in and I could explain a little bit of it. And I could complicate their stereotypes. And And that would lead to a really cool conversation. And my parents are totally cool with me doing this. And that led to the book. And that led to Braver Angels. And that led to everything else. It's like we're getting people wrong. Way wrong. We're making monsters where they don't exist, and we need to stop.
Tim, why your motivation to get involved with this? I mean, you could be doing so many other things. Obviously, Special Olympics takes a lot of time, and
well, I think
why engage
at
on
some
this
level,
issue?
First of all, do you use an eraser?
No, I was thinking, well, I wrote on paper first and erased
like, wow,
it,
you're
so
writing
there's
with
that.
a pencil and
That's
stuff?
fair.
That's amazing.
Cursor,
Impressive.
delete, delete, delete. Too many syllables.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. So I think the story Monica just told, actually, let me transpose it into a narrative that might not seem familiar. So, because the words, if you took out the content, the words are almost the exact same in my family story around intellectual disability. My mother grew up with a sister who had an intellectual disability, and the whole culture, normatively, from the Supreme Court on down, Buck v. Bell, Oliver Wendell Holmes writes in the late 1920s that the sterilization of people with intellectual disabilities is acceptable because 3 generations of imbeciles is enough. So she grows up with someone next to her, who I'll just maybe extend the analogy here a little bit, is like a Trump voter, that her normative culture sees as so horrible that they should be institutionalized and stopped in their tracks. So by the time I'm born, there's almost 200,000 Americans in institutions. That's, a fifth of a million people are institutionalized for life. Right? Why? Because they're so different, they're so onerous, they're so valueless, they're so corrupt, if you will, that we have to exclude them completely. My mother knew exactly what you said, which is that's not true. She didn't need to read a book about it. It was in her house, right? She grew up with a sister. They played sports together. They sat at the dinner table together. They talked together. They told stories together. They complained, did what little girls do, what big girls do. So she knew the culture was wrong about her sister. So, by the time 1968, the population of people with intellectual disabilities institutionalized in this country peaks in 1968, not in 1928. In 1968, almost everybody in this, not everybody, but most of the people in this room were alive. Some of you will remember living a normal life. You didn't know that there were 7, 8, 9, 10,000 people in an institution in the state of Maryland with concrete walls 14 feet high and barbed wire, never to come out, never to see the light of the day. So the work I did in the Special Olympics movement, which still to this day tries to unseat the bias of hierarchy, the bias of they're too different. People will say, oh my God, that's so difficult. Oh my God, I hope that doesn't happen to me. Oh my God, this is such a horrible outcome to have a child of this kind or type so we're constantly in the work of trying to break down the stereotype, the bias mechanism in the brain that says you see a child with Down syndrome and you think, or you think politely, right? So it still happens. That's why this mechanism is normal, right? But here's what I learned growing up. I learned it from my dad in the Peace Corps. I learned it from my dad in Legal Services Corporation. There's lawyers here. I learned it from my mom in the Special Olympics movement. This country can solve problems. It's a very practically idealistic culture. It's not the same as the Europeans. Mm-hmm. We're very different from other places. We are born into some kind of a legacy of an idealistic view that when we see the problem as a whole, we can solve it. Not to be trite here, not because they're easy, but because they're hard. Deinstitutionalizing 200,000 Americans was hard. And we did it like that when we saw the problem. The premise of the work we're doing now with the Dignity Index is that the minute people see their own contempt, they're less likely to use it. Contempt survives by disguise. We think the other group is horrible, and we use horrible language about them because we're self-righteously opposing the other group. One woman said to me the other day after a talk at the school board, I don't know what to tell you, but I hate hateful people.
Right.
Fill in the blank for yourself. I loathe, I resent, I detest, I oppose, opposition. We use the language for ourselves, but it's not hateful when we're being self-righteous until we see it.
Okay.
Okay.
So how do
we see it?
How do we see it? And
Well, we see it in part by what Monica described, which is telling the story of people that dethrones the assumption. But we also see it, what we call the mirror effect, which is the part of the work we're most excited about, which we started in Utah, which is that when people see themselves on a scale, they automatically say, okay, here's where I fit on the scale. And when you see yourself on a scale, any scale, you sort of see what's above and you see what's below. And when most people locate themselves on the dignity index, which is our little tool here, it's a very practical thing which kind of learned how to think about these things. Like, how do you create a generalizable skill that people can use and that has longevity and application outside of the sort of didactic setting, if I can put it that way? When people look at themselves on the scale, they all of a sudden go, ooh, I'm a 3, which is not that far from a genocidal language? Ooh. I don't want to be there. I want to be up here. Like, I want to be up where.
So tell us about the scale. I mean, it goes.
Yeah,
from,
I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I didn't bring enough copies, and they were supposed to come. Although I can hand these out. So the scale is an 8-point scale. It took us about 2 years to norm and validate it at the University of Utah, where we had terrific faculty and students. It's a scale that allows you to evaluate your speech about the other person when you disagree. That's all it does. When I disagree with Monica about immigration policy, and I start to talk, it doesn't assess your position. It doesn't assess the validity of your point of view. We should build a wall. We should tear down the wall, whichever it is, or something in between. It just assesses you when you get to the point where Monica is and then I fill in the blank. Monica is a lovely human being with whom I disagree, but who I want to understand. 6. Monica,
you get a 6 for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not an 8. That's just understanding. That's just I'm interested in what she says. An 8 is higher than that. An 8 is Monica and I see myself in Monica. She used 8 language a few minutes ago. But a 2 is they're evil, it's us or them. And that's just north
Flight
of
93.
They're not human. Right? The language of the Holocaust, the language of the genocide in Rwanda, the language that you can find in American discourse today is one language, which is they're not human. It's our moral duty to destroy them. It's our moral duty to destroy them. And when human beings hear 2 and 1 language, our friend Amanda Ripley has written about this, the language incites violent behavior. So you can't use it with impunity. You have to we should recognize that to use that language is to incite violence. It's not to say, I'm just words. It doesn't work. You can't say, I didn't mean it. It was a joke. A recent presidential candidate said something to the effect that if I win those Washington bureaucrats, I'll slit their throats. Oh, he didn't mean it. Some people will hear it and think, let's go for it. And so when people go for it, you can't go, oh, I didn't mean it. And by the way, this is both sides. This is not some liberal saying this is Republicans or Republicans saying this is. So the extremes here of discourse in this as evidenced in this tool are on both sides. You've cited some of it on the left, and I think we know it's also on the right. So the point of the index is really just to give people, I mean, I spent 15 years in education where you try to teach children skills that they can keep, right? You can learn. So if you teach problem-solving skills, you can't just teach them generally. You try to teach them and put a stoplight on the wall of your 3rd grade classroom that has a red light. and say, it's red light time, that means stop, calm down, and think. Take a breath. Or it's yellow light time, set a goal, think of solutions. Or it's green light time, try a plan. Kids will remember red light, yellow light, green light.
Can we put that in Congress, do you think? I mean, have one of those up?
Well, I mean, we've talked about this thing, and this is why we're working with the governors. Because we do need grass tops, we need a grass tops kind of cover for the grassroots demand. Like, we need some supply for the demand, and we need it to come from political figures. And there's a lot of them, by the way. I mean, I've met with many members of Congress who, terrific Republican colleague, I'm not gonna name names, but he's looked at this and he said, wow, it's really bad for my business, but it's what we need.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, Monica, you also are engaged in helping people to recognize the problem, as it were, and then some practical tools for addressing it.
Yeah.
By the way, as I mentioned before, a terrific book. I never thought of it that way. Yeah. Gives us an opportunity to pause and has some really helpful acronyms and other kinds of things. Tell us a bit about some tools here that help people to be more curious, so that they can get beyond these divides.
Yeah, you had asked, how do we see it? And the dignity index and that way of detecting contempt is just, it's so strong. There are two really pernicious assumptions that are prevalent in our politics and across all divides. And one of them is, you must be crazy, stupid, or evil, which leads to that contemptuous language in a really strong way. The other one that I think you probably all recognize is this assumption. If you oppose what I support, you must hate what I love, which is a total fallacy. But so many people, when they make their political choices, they know their own formula and they know the variables in it. If someone made a different choice, people assume the variables are the same. So, I voted this way because I care about climate and I care about LGBTQ issues. You voted the opposite way. You don't care about the climate. You don't care about, all these things. And so that is an assumption that the only way you can overcome it is to notice that you're making it. So you were saying, what are the big tips in there? And frankly, just through thousands of years of human history, because here's the thing, piece around that language can incite violence, and the speaker has so much responsibility. There's also, we talk about freedom of expression, the importance of expression. We need to defend expression and protect it. That's true. But I wonder if we can also be just as passionate about reception. What would it mean to have an incredible culture of reception? So in the case of contemptuous language, what if somebody said something to you with a lot of anger, but instead of just taking it and believing it, you got curious about where something's gonna fail in our lives? If our curiosity can get to that level, that really deep down level, then you're really talking.
Okay, so give me some practical tips on that, actually. When I'm feeling that anger because I've heard someone say something that feels, an existential threat to myself.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's a whole, right.
Okay.
That's a different level. What I was going to say is if you hear anger in conversation of disagreement from somebody else, right? I've done this several times. It's pretty remarkable. You hear that anger, it comes at you, it's new, it's surprising.
So it's coming to you.
If it's coming to you,
yeah.
and then I'll give the other example.
Good.
If it's coming to you, then you can say, I didn't know that mattered so much to you. Can you tell me more about that? And just watch their shoulders relax. Sometimes anger is just, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. And so if you make that space to receive, I didn't know that mattered so much to you. Because what is anger? Anger is this thing that just wants to be heard. It's trying to disrupt you. It's trying to shake you. So what if you go, all right, I can see that you care about this. Now, if there's anger you notice in yourself, it's also really good to name it.
I want to connect this.
Yeah.
So they're coming to you with a 2. Okay. So you're feeling that's one way to
Now,
diffuse.
right.
Okay.
Right. You mentioned somebody who's coming at you, and I mentioned earlier, heat in a conversation is good. The question is, are you cooking something or burning something? And the burning something is what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Because somebody comes at you and is saying the kind of thing that burns your sense of dignity. Maybe it's burning a relationship that you really care about, but that sense of dignity, that's where the trauma response can come up. Right. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. And at that point, it just may not be a great idea to stay in conversation. Yeah. It really may not, because your brain is already, it's in another mode. Okay. It's in a protective mode. So if you can disengage, if you can step away, that's probably going to be a really good idea. And it's possible that with time and thought and reflection, if the relationship is valuable or the persuasion is possible, you can come back. Maybe there's apology. Because here's the thing. In all of, we talked about the spiritual institutions and families, like one of the things that our institutions can hold us with is this fact that there will always be cycles of rupture and repair. Rupture and repair. And the thing that we are forgetting is that repair is possible all the time. That just because there's a mess doesn't mean you can't fix it. But I think today's generation really has forgotten that. They're not seeing models of that. We've lost faith in repair, which means that people are so terrified of being in that situation where they get a 2 that they would rather never, ever put themselves in a place where they might. Right. And that is one of the mortal fears that's keeping us from getting close again to these people we think are monstrous, but probably aren't.
Yeah. So now the other direction. We talked about if it's coming at you. What about if you're welled up with that? Give us some thoughts on that.
Well, again, it's so much of this begins with, frankly, curiosity and radar about what's going on in here. We always, the whole story about division and polarization is their fault. It's their fault. They need to change. They're breaking everything. We never see our own role, right? So it really begins with curiosity internally, which means, and I'm still practicing this, y'all. Like, this is not easy. You recognize those physical sensations of anger. Your heart, your pulse. What happens to me is I get like something kind of swells and builds. And I actually, fun fact about me, if I'm really seething, I stop moving. That's how you know I'm really mad. And so if I have my awareness on, then I can recognize that in myself, and I can bring it into the conversation. I can say, this is making me pretty upset. This is making me pretty uncomfortable. But hopefully I can also say, but I want to keep listening. And then, let me see if I can figure it out. But I need you to know this is making me pretty upset. I do that with my kids all the time, by the way, if it happens, and that works. That helps everybody understand where mom is at, and then we can relax.
Okay, so there's a tremendous amount of self-awareness in both of what you've said. I mean, this willingness to put yourself onto a scale, to examine your own emotions, and then have tactics to pull back. I actually want to build into the question about institutions here for a moment on that. And you said something about this, Monica, which is that, within institutions, there are stories and so on that help us. Tim, you said that there's a tremendous flight from institutional life. This wasn't the focus of this discussion necessarily, but tell us, what's your sense? Why are people abandoning organized religion? Why are they not joining in with the Elks and the Rotary Club and so on? I mean,
let me start with a complementary point to Monica's point about self-regulation and curiosity, and how to disagree without being disagreeable as an interpersonal issue. Because I think there's a second issue, which is there's an assumption that the more you ding the other person, the better chance you are going to have to solve the problem in your direction. So if I can catch you, Paul, in saying something stupid, I can advance.
Which is easy.
No, but I think to myself, social media will reward me for finding something he said that was just one sentence that was a little off, and then catching him with it and saying, see, those people at Brigham Young, those people in the LDS community, those people in Utah, they're wrong. See, I got it. It actually, what we haven't come completely to terms with is that contempt actually results in failed advancement of issues.
That's right.
Right? So we talked about the incentives in institutions earlier on. One of the big incentives I find is just to invite people to say, if you believe strongly in immigration reform or whatever it is, doesn't matter, education reform or tax reform, whatever, if you believe strongly, the less contempt you use, the more likely you are to be successful, which is the exact opposite of what it feels like when you're elevated, right? If I can just counter her statement about me with a worse statement about her, I'll prevail. You actually fail that way. And all you have to do is look at immigration policy right now. I don't know if there's any immigration policy experts in the room here, but we're talking 20 plus years. I mean, not 20 months, not 20 weeks, 20 years of failed reform because the incentives are not to solve the problem. So one of the arguments here is that if you want to advance your issue, and there's, this is a building full of people with strong positions on issues. If you want to advance your issue, contempt is your enemy. So the people down the street who are more progressive and the people further down the street who are more conservative are actually your allies, potentially, if you want to solve a problem, as opposed to your enemies. If you want to solve the problem, if you want to make points, then they're your enemies. If you want to get social media follows, they're your enemies. If you want to actually advance a policy, you better walk down the block. Because that's the only way you're going to actually achieve a goal. So anyway, I just think there's an argument here about the failure of institutions to solve problems that people claim to want to solve.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're not solving. And you look at this across the board. I could go into an example from education, but I won't. Let me go back to your point about why these institutions are failing. I think there's a whole host of reasons, but the trust deficit and the failure of the culture to advance a sense in which dignity, I have a whole different point of view about religious institutions, why they're at a decline moment and why they have an opportunity to be resurgent. I think you mentioned the leader of the LDS Church, Russell Nelson, and Dallin Oaks and people like that. I think they have a big opportunity to articulate a message that's resonant with young people and resonant and authentic about faith, about transcendence, about the soul, about universal human dignity. One of the things we think about with dignity is that it's universal and it's inviolable. Now, young people can understand that. They may not believe that Jesus was smarter than Moses, or that Moses is in hell and Muhammad's in heaven and all that kind of stuff. They're going to go, wait a minute, come on, guys, let's be real here. But they may believe in the message of inviolable human dignity. So you start to talk in a language that feels like it makes sense to people, that resonates with their soul energy, that allows them to love their parents even when they disagree. Now you're starting to talk to them in language that I believe. Now, maybe we're decades away from that. I don't think maybe most of us will see the resurgence of those kinds of institutions. There's a lot of baggage that still has to be discarded, I'm sorry to say. But as someone who takes my particular faith tradition very seriously, I think the seeds of transformation are in there, but they got to come out. They're
Can I make
please,
a point
please,
on this?
jump in.
One of the things that faith traditions, spiritual traditions are so good at is ritual. The ritual being this sort of repetitive thing that helps us remember values that we want to bring into our lives. I got to tell you guys about something I learned about very recently. It's actually going to be in the episode that drops Tuesday on A Braver Way. Anyone ever heard of Return Day in Sussex County, Delaware? Get this. Since 1812, 2 days after every election in Sussex County, Delaware, there is a parade. There are floats. Each float is represents a different race in the local elections. At the front of the float stands and waves the winner of that election. At the back of the float is the loser. Standing, I'm not making this up. They've been doing this for ages. And they do the parade. There's a festival, there's a carnival, there's fried dough. People come out, it's a party. And then there's this ritual where the different candidates, Democrat, Republican, whatever it is, like, they bury the hatchet. They take an actual hatchet and they bury it in a box of sand from Lowe's, Delaware, which was the original county seat. Again, I am not making this up. And it doesn't happen anywhere else in the country. Why not? So look, if you look at stories from Sussex County of this event, I am telling you, in the A/B test that we can't do, where this event was never there, you would have seen more contempt, more division, more of the negative effects of polarization in that place than you do today. This is the only place where they do something like this.
Wow, what a beautiful celebration of,
an incredible,
you know, what is core to democracy, which is peaceful elections. Right?
And it ritualizes this value of, aha, okay, everyone, now we're going to end the competition where we snipe and we attack, and we're going to get back to the business of cross-partisan democratic republic governance. Yeah. And they do this.
But I think it's done fantastic example.
I'm stealing your water.
I can't wait for that episode to drop. No, I think it's really wonderful. I think what's hidden sometimes is the extent to which, when our institutions operate well, they do the same thing. I mean, I don't know whether it's justice or how you know. Judge Griffiths convened Justices Amy Coney Barrett and Sonia Sotomayor for a conversation during the NGA meeting, where they talked not about the particular issues before the court, obviously, but where they talked about how the court works. And I found it just absolutely spellbinding to watch and listen to them talk about the process by which cases are accepted, the reviews, the internal reads, the clerks, the process the clerks do to analyze the case before there's conversations, the process for actually hearing the case, the process for discussing the case amongst the 9 justices, the sequence with which they listen to each other, the ways in which they express themselves, the decisions about who will write opinions. I mean, the whole infrastructure of how the court works, I found to be a genius modeling of how you listen deeply, how you maintain curiosity in a sustained way, how you never respond until you've thought things through, and how you then figure out how to both write with vehemence. These people write like searing oppositional positions, right? But they write it in an institution that's designed to do what Delaware does. So I just think sometimes, like, I feel like I'm a pretty well-informed person, generally speaking. I didn't know any of that about how the court works. And I don't think most Americans have any understanding, I'll speak for myself, about how the brilliance in the way in which the institutions were designed to do what democracy does. There's a lot of, I know you want to jump in, but just last point here. The premise of democracy is not uniformity of opinion. The premise of democracy is civility of difference, right?
Okay.
So, our little tagline here is that, there's no America without democracy. There's no democracy without debate. And there's no healthy debate without dignity. And the court models healthy debate with dignity. It doesn't model, getting along just to get along. It doesn't model suppressing principle. It models healthy debate.
Okay, and I want to just add to this, it wasn't always that way at the Supreme Court. So we have those structures, right? But there's actually mid-20th century, I think Noah Feldman has a book about, what's the title of it? Scorpions.
And court packing and all that stuff.
Right,
Yeah,
and so this gets a bit to issues around culture and leadership that we've mentioned before, where there seems to have been a really deliberate effort within that organization, that institution, to use the deliberation and so on in a certain way, but also to then foster friendships.
Right.
And it was genuine leadership that made a difference. And I can't remember kind of where the watershed moment is that way. We can hear from others about that. But
it doesn't guarantee the right decision.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
You're not loving all the decisions these days,
I'm not loving
Tim?
all the decisions. No, but I mean, I'm not loving all the decisions any day. I mentioned Buck v. Bell. I mean, it's a horrible decision. Horrible decision.
Yeah.
Dred Scott, horrible. I mean, unthinkably horrible mistakes the courts have made. So it's not like any of this stuff that Monica's describing as ways to navigate, let's say in her case, her parents, or my case, other issues. It's not that any of the work we're trying to do guarantees the right outcome or the right decision. What it guarantees is that we can make decisions in ways that are healthy and actually make progress. And when we make horrible decisions, it gives us the chance to correct them.
Okay.
Oh, and let's not forget, it makes persuasion possible.
By the way, I'm so out of my league talking about the court. It's only like a novice that can be so exuberant about something that probably lawyers think is like, duh.
Well, but I wanted to jump in because earlier you said, if you're serious about the issues, if you actually want to make a difference in the issues, you wouldn't use contempt because contempt is just going to backfire in all these ways, right?
That's right.
So it's just so important to realize that even if, all of these sinister kind of ways that we attack and oh, we won, yay. Guess what? It's just going to flip around, and the next chance the other side gets, they're going to undo everything you did.
That's right.
So it's just completely short-sighted policymaking. It's reactionary. If you look around the country, that's what we get. We have so many policies being rushed into place because people are afraid of what the other side is going to do, but they don't understand what the other side is trying to do. And it's ludicrous.
Okay. So Tim, we've talked about this in some other places. We're always going to have, we've established human nature has a certain amount of fear, flight. I mean, our brains are wired in a certain way to want to form into tribes. There's going to be the potential for contempt.
Right.
We have a free exercise of speech, which we don't want to get rid of, that's going to allow for a certain amount of terrible language out there. When does it get, how do we make improvements with the ratio of these kinds of things?
Ratio is a good word. Ratio is a good word.
Say more about that.
Because you're not going to eliminate.
No, ratio is the right word. We're not going to eliminate anything.
Right.
We're not going to eliminate war, obviously. I mean, as tragic, as horrible, as hellacious as it is, we've reduced war amongst human beings, but we've not eliminated it. That's for sure. The ratio is the question. I think that we're all working on. If you look on the back of those cards, what we're trying to do is help people develop the skills to improve the ratio. And again, a lot of this is not rocket science. Everything on the back of that card, regulate before you debate, curious, not furious, all this stuff. We've been teaching kids for 30 years, literally in schools. I started teaching those skills that are on the back of that card in 6th and 9th grade in 1983 or 4, maybe. So kids can learn these skills. We adults can learn those skills. We can learn how to manage. We can learn how to improve the ratio. We can incentivize. Like everybody in this room gets fundraising emails. My first thing is if the fundraising email you get is at a 1, a 2, or a 3, delete. Just delete. That's it. All you have to do is stop incentivizing the people who think that you've got to get something that's that hateful in order to get you to give your $25. Don't give $25 to that one. Give $25 to the other one. Right? So we have it within our means to improve the ratio. We can make, we've got an AI tool, we've got hopefully a plug-in for the internet that you could use, a Grammarly tool that you could use to correct yourself when you've just punched in, Monica said such and she's a jerk and she's a this and she's a that, and then click the dignity tool, and okay, I could say the same thing, only a little bit differently.
Here,
right?
I fixed it. Right.
Yeah, like, okay, all right, that's a better one. I think we got to remember there's a natural human instinct to want to do better. All we got to do is create the incentives to make that possible. And just to give us some sense of hope here, Malcolm Gladwell's work on tipping points in culture, I think is instructive here. It doesn't take 100% of the people to change the culture. It takes, depending on who you listen to, 10 or 15%. And all of a sudden the culture changes and the rest of us go along and we don't even know what happened. We're just like, oh, I don't think that's cool anymore. Like, when did you change your mind? I don't know. It's just not cool anymore. We did this work on the R word in the Special Olympics. So the use of the word retard to make fun of somebody, oh, Tim is a retard, was quite common. And we launched a little campaign with kids, high school kids mostly, some college kids, to say, spread the word to end the R word. And we did this for like 8 or 9 years. And we polled it. 70% of Americans said, don't limit my free speech. I can use whatever word I want. 5 years later, 70% of the Americans said I would never use that word. Nobody knew what we did. I mean, you still hear it, so I don't mean it's a done deal. But the culture changed almost without anybody else knowing it. It just took a small number of people who made it uncool to use the R word.
And this is why, we need these kinds of tools, and highly, highly recommend that you take a look at the Dignity Index and at Monica's book. The subtitle is How to Have Fearlessly Curious Conversations in Dangerously Divided Times. Great opportunities here. I want to get your questions for our panelists here. We have some right in the back there, and if you could let us know your name, and we're looking for questions more than comments. But
I'm Sue Vernalis. My question is, we've been talking about contempt and how it doesn't really get you where you want to go. But we have a system, whether it's primaries or conventions, that reward the guy or woman who pounds the table and says, I'm going to go to Washington and fight for you.
Right.
They don't say, I'm going to go to Washington and be conciliatory with the other party.
Right.
We reward that. So what do we do?
Well, I mean, that's where I think about what I was saying around reception, right? Because the reason that level of disruption is so cool is because a lot of people think that unless they see their leaders act with rage and that kind of anger, that they're not taking their concerns seriously. That's how it's gotten, right? We're so stuck with each other in our families and among our friends and in relationships that, in fact, this happens with my husband all the time. My husband is like, I'm fire, if you can't tell, and he's like cool water. So when we like mess up with something, right, like at school or whatever, I get really mad because I want to learn. I want to be like, oh, I'm so mad at myself. And I just get expressive. And he's just like, okay, we'll just fix it. And I'm like, no, honey, I need you to be mad. I need you to be mad because if you're not mad, I don't think you're taking me seriously. I don't believe that you think this was a problem. And so anger has become a performance of seriousness and passion. But I think the reason for that, the deeper cultural reason is we're not receiving each other. It's a complete vacuousness of listening. There's no incentives for listening. There's no incentives for sitting down and being like, okay, I can tell you really care about this. Why don't you, I'm going to make space for you to tell me what's going on. And if we could increase and improve that, we don't even have the vocabulary for it. We have vocabulary, robust conversation about speech, and just not a lot about reception, which is more than listening.
Okay. The parties are a problem, and the primary system is a problem, particularly gerrymandering in primary systems. You alluded to this in Utah, is a big problem. Ranked choice voting, addressing of gerrymandering, again, way above my pay grade in terms of the legal issues surrounding that. But the parties have the same, in some sense, problem that the religious institutions have, which is they're declining also. Biggest growth in religion is nuns, and the biggest growth in parties is independent, right? Because people are checking out of that rhetoric even as it works with smaller and smaller numbers of people. Same thing happening in religion. More and more fundamentalism is growing a certain part of the base while the vast middle checks out. The parties are going to have to do, I'm going to quote President Clinton on this because it was a genius comment he made, from my point of view, when talking about a film. He was talking about the new exigency is not to eliminate belonging. Don't tell people they shouldn't have their tribes. They need their tribes, want their tribes, deserve their tribes. We have to create a new kind of tribe that doesn't define itself by hating other tribes. the old version, and then maybe the natural version of tribal creation, Democratic Party creation, is to point out what's wrong with the other party. We need new parties that point out what's right in their party and get incentivized to win that way. The system right now, you're 100% right, is exactly the opposite. If I don't use fight language, anger language, contempt language, you can't win. So, these are, again, big challenges, except I think, like John McCain tried to do this on the Republican Party. He has beautiful quotes in the midst of the election against President Obama, where he said, I have the same values as Senator Obama. We share a commitment to the democracy. We share a commitment to free speech. We share a commitment to the dignity of human beings. Now, you can say he lost, but he didn't lose because of that, in my view, at least. So you're right. The systems, all these rewards, and there's lots of groups, by the way. Monica and I represent two, but there are 100 groups working on all different dimensions of this issue. And it's that kind of American creativity and the formation of these associations that are trying all different things. Here we are having this discussion to try to incentivize the great thinkers in this institution to think around these issues and see this as a new issue. Like if people actually said, I want to know where my politician stands on immigration, on reproductive rights, on education, on environment, and on contempt. There's a new grade. If the dailies covered the dignity beat, we had this idea some time ago of building a dignity daily.
And they did this through the Deseret News, didn't they?
The Deseret News,
so
people are starting to cover it. Axios is starting to cover it quite a lot. So we're starting to get a journalistic interest in this. We're starting to get political traction around it. I mean us collectively are to start. So you're right, the systems are not helpful.
We've got a lot of questions here. Let's get the one up front here. We probably have time for one more because we need to reset the stage here. So,
Mark Lerner, I am a libertarian who got that way from reading Ayn Rand, so virtually no one agrees with me.
Right.
But
that's a good thing in this culture.
That is a good thing.
But I find that I can talk to people on both the left and the right by talking about common values. Do you find that that's an effective approach to getting along with people?
Yeah.
Finding common values. Monica?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, look, values is one of those pretty words that we like. We just need to find our common ground. We just need to share, values and blah, blah, blah. But boy, we often use it as a reason to not talk to other people, right? I hear people go, I can't talk to them on the other side because they don't share my values. In the research I've done on values, though, what I've come to conclude is that we do all share our values. We just rank them in a different order for different issues, right? So you can take abortion and vaccines, and there's a value of self-determination. You can't tell me what to do with my body. That kind of shoots you in two different directions in the two political camps, right? So it's another signal of contempt a little bit, but not sort of contempt of a person, but sort of a contemptuous treatment of an idea, where you see people start to twist the idea of a value and rhetorically convince you that the other side doesn't share your value. So for example, I once saw a meme on Instagram or whatever that was just, first of all, it was just beautiful and symmetrical in that rhetorical way that buries itself into your brain and makes you think it's correct. And it said, I choose the second grader over the Second Amendment. As if people who are serious about the Second Amendment and want to be very careful, about going too far on gun regulations, want to kill children, right? So we use the myth that we don't share our values against each other. But what I found is, and this is another kind of good tip, my favorite question as a journalist, and another one that I put in here when you talk about disagreements is, don't ask what do you think about abortion, ask, what are your concerns? What are your concerns about what's going on with abortion or with immigration or with guns or everything else? Because when you ask people what they worry about, you learn what they care about. And when you get to conversations about what you care about, you're gonna discover shared values. Because nobody hates safety, nobody hates freedom. We all love that stuff. We just have to understand how we kind of put it differently in the map of the issue, and then try to layer your map on mine. Maybe I can see something more true.
I just would say just one quick point on this. Yeah. Libertarians are homeless, so you're a guy, like, we need you to keep talking. Yes. Because that's part of the challenge, build new homes for folks. The way we teach this to ninth graders is not around values. We teach this skill of assuming positive intent. In a debate, assume positive intent. I only mention it because there's skills to do this. Like, you can actually train kids and you practice it, and you're in a debate, and how do you think it's possible? Find the positive intent in the other person. So that's a way of probing towards values. It's very disarming when the heat goes up to say, I assume you have just to say that, I assume you have a positive intent. Let's see if I can figure out how I can understand it. Boom. I was on a congressional hearing with a person from this institution who was attacking me really nasty. I mean, it was just getting worse and worse. And I just said, look, one of the skills we teach in social emotional learning is to assume positive intent. I said, I just assume you have positive intent. The whole hearing changed. Wow. Not because I was a genius, but just because it took the edge out of the conversation. Because it, in a way, implied, I want to know your values. I don't agree with you on this policy, but I want to know who you really are.
So Danielle Allen, who's obviously an ally in these kinds of efforts at Harvard, she has found that one of the most important questions, which I think gets to this issues around values, is talking with fellow citizens to ask, and this will be the last question, and brief answers if we could so we can reset the stage, but why do you love America? She finds that that's a fruitful question in these polarizing times, that it brings people together. So Tim, and then Monica, why do you love America?
I think this is the only country, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs said this years ago, the only country based on a covenant. Not just on a contract, but on a covenant. The covenants in the Declaration, all of us are equal. It is the most revolutionary idea today, even now, that all of us have dignity, that all of us have rights. It inspires the most extraordinary creativity. It transcends all boundaries. It invites us almost into transcendence without being religiously partisan. It's the great hope of, I think, of humanity, to live and breathe and coexist in a context in which there's a promise made to each other that we all matter. Full stop. It's a beautiful country.
Monica.
There's a woman at one of my talks who came up to me, and with tears in her eyes that I at first didn't understand, her question was so different from the questions I usually get. And she said, look, I'm 45 years old, and I've been a citizen for a while, but I don't know how to vote because I don't know what I believe. How do I find out what I believe? And I asked her why she was even asking with tears in her eyes. It's because she grew up in El Salvador. And in El Salvador, her parents taught her, you never say what you actually think. You don't say what you believe, you'll get killed. You can't do it. So this is how we're going to vote. This is how we're going to live. This is what we're going to say. And she lived with so much fear about actually exploring her own thinking that by the time she got to America, and she's a teacher now, she doesn't even know. She's like, she doesn't know how to know what she believes. So I immigrated here from Mexico, a country where like more than 90% of homicides go unsolved, a country where journalists get killed, where my family, frankly, who is in Mexico still, and I visit them a lot, have this sort of resignation toward their own politics. And when I come up here and I hear us yelling and yelling as if everything is on fire, I just want to take everybody and I want to point them at the rest of the world and be like, y'all, we got stuff we need to preserve. And the louder we yell about every little problem, the harder it gets to realize the beauty of what we have and make sure that we celebrate it, whether it's Return Day or something else. We have to know what we have in this country. People have worked hard. It's been imperfect. There can always be improvement. As you know, those of you who are conservative, it's like the left has this reputation of seeming like it hates the country. The truth is, You know, we just want to improve it, but we can't be credibly improving something if we keep telling it sucks. We can't do that. I can't be a good mother that way, you know? I can't teach my kids by saying, well, you have to love the thing that you're trying to work on. And so this is an endless experiment. It is absolutely beautiful. I'm so grateful every day to my parents for bringing me here. This is an awesome, awesome country.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Monica Guzman, Tim Schreiber.
All right. Thanks, Bob. That was cool.
Their seats. We'll get started in just a moment. And speakers, make sure to turn off your own cell phones. There's nothing more embarrassing when the speaker's cell phone interrupts the speaker. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, welcome back, everybody, and thanks again one more time on behalf of AEI and the Wheatley Institute for joining us today for these conversations. The first panel is definitely a hard act to follow, but we will do our best. We're now in this session going to turn a little bit more directly towards institutions. Of course, we'll talk about individuals, but I'd like to bring us towards the subject of how institutions, in particular government institutions, can help play a positive role in forging unity in times of polarization. And we're really lucky to be joined by the three speakers on this panel. I'll introduce them very, very briefly and we'll jump in. Seated next to me is John Inazu. John is the Sally Danforth Professor of Law and Religion at Washington University in St. Louis. He's the author of a number of books, beginning with his studies of freedom of association. Most recently, his books are Confident Pluralism, and his most recent book, which is titled Learning to Disagree. John, I want to add, has been very, very active, not just in studying these things, but practicing them, building institutions both at Washington University, focused on civic life at his school, and then more broadly focusing on the legal profession and thinking and teaching law as a vocation. So John, thanks for joining us. Seated next to him is Jeffrey Rosen. Jeff is the CEO of the National Constitution Center, which is, Jeff, say it with me,
the only institution in America, you can all do it, chartered by Congress to increase awareness and understanding of the U.S. Constitution among the American people on a nonpartisan basis.
I love that so much. I make Jeff do that every time he's here. And Jeff, I'm so glad.
That's all I've got to say. I'm done.
Jeff, I'm so glad that you're back here at AEI today. Jeff's most recent book, which we actually did an event for about a month ago, is titled The Pursuit of Happiness, thinking about the founders and their sense of the virtues necessary to be good statesmen. We'll touch on that, but we're also going to talk about his institution and the role it plays in American life today. And then seated next to him is Philip Wallach. Phil is my colleague here at AEI. He is a senior fellow at AEI, and his latest book is titled Why Congress? Although I often say you missed a comma and a question mark, it should be, why Congress? But Phil is he's a scholar of American institutions, but especially Congress, and we will focus on that. Phil and I and Yuval are in the department here at AEI, the Department of Social, Cultural, and Constitutional Studies, and that's probably a good way to think about this panel too, beginning with society, with individuals coming together, and eventually building towards constitutional institutions. For this conversation, I want to start with John's latest book. But John, would you like to maybe pick up where we left off with the last panel?
Yeah, thanks. And it's great to be here. Thanks to AEI and Wheatley. I was so struck by much of this conversation in the last panel, and I agree with so much of it, but I want to maybe just drop a dose of pessimism onto what we heard in two ways. One, and I spent a lot of time, I would say, in left and right circles, not far left and far right, but left and right. And I think the presumption that there is sort of policy consensus plays out in those circles on a whole range of issues for which we have not yet reached any functional policy. But it seems hardest when it comes to issues of sex and body. And in left and right, I don't see a whole lot of possibility of compromise right now on those issues, and they're only going to get harder with transhumanism and bioethics and other kinds of questions. I think the super interesting wedge issue is intellectual disability. So I think theoretically and culturally that might be the way forward here, but it feels like a much harder problem to address than potential policy consensus around other issues. The second sort of pessimistic piece, which Monica and Tim sort of foregrounded, is when fear and certainty cause us to look for a common enemy. And I think that the human instinct there is so true and to me so worrisome. fear and certainty drove the Japanese-American internment, where my grandparents were interned and my dad was born. I was in the Pentagon on 9/11, and fear and certainty drove a response that killed a whole lot of people. And so I think as we think about the the exit strategy or the scapegoat of that common enemy, just to throw a note of caution about how quickly and how awfully that can unfold in the real world.
Well, let me bring the others in on this point too, but I'll put a finer point on it. I was thinking about this during the first panel, especially here in Washington, but in all of politics around the country and even in civic life beyond government institutions. A lot of our disagreements are about fundamental questions of right and wrong. And a lot of our policy debates, policy arguments, come down to questions of life and death. And even on an issue like abortion, people on both sides, all sides of these issues, they see it in terms of life and death, and in democracy, and in individual liberty, and so on. But I too wondered in the first panel, when we get past maybe some of the more, I don't want to say superficial, that's unfair, but maybe some of the simpler disagreements, and get down to questions where law will be made on matters of defining human life, defining the nature of human life. Oftentimes the lawyers in the room maybe chuckle a little bit at Justice Kennedy's famous line in Lawrence v. Texas. It always gets shorthanded as the sweet mystery of life. Dean Minow would maybe put it better than me, but questions about what is it to be human, what is it to be alive, what's the nature of life, that's often the stuff of politics. The most fundamental and profound sources of disagreement, and where the stakes are the highest. I maybe went on a little bit longer than I meant to, but to put that in, how should we think about politics and governance with an eye to those themes? And we'll unpack this a little bit, but maybe, are John and I too pessimistic, or would you, how do you see this, Jeff?
How should we think about whether it's possible to agree about fundamental questions about life and death?
Yeah, and how to go about reaching agreement.
I do not think that people will agree about questions involving life and death and abortion. People have very strong views about whether or not life begins at conception and what the Constitution requires. And it seems unproductive to have moral debates where people try to persuade each other about certain most deeply held beliefs. It's really like the question of slavery before the Civil War, which rent the Union because people fundamentally agreed about the nature of the institution and what it meant to be human, and whether it was a positive good, and whether the Declaration was a self-evident lie, or whether its promises were true. I'm so struck at the Constitution Center about the importance of framing debates in constitutional and not political terms. You can have a debate about whether Roe or Casey were correct or not as a constitutional matter if you present the constitutional arguments on both sides and ask people to separate their political from their constitutional views. That's the framework for all of our debates at the Constitution Center. We usually vote before and after a thoughtful debate where both sides are presented. Few people change their minds, but most people say their minds are open to the arguments on the other side. But I don't think you can have a political debate about whether or not abortion is murder, because there are no minds to change. Those are priors about which agreement or disagreement is not productive. I do want to share the most moving experience I just had yesterday. I was in Elkhart, Indiana, where a group of members of the community decided to start up a club for retirees called the Owls Club. And it meets in a church, and it's a year old, and they have 1,000 members after a year to take classes in lifelong learning, and 500 people showed up in the local church to talk about the pursuit of happiness and the founders and the virtues. And it was mostly a conservative Christian community. There wasn't a word of politics described. I talked about the history of the founders, about their understanding of virtue as being good, not feeling good, the pursuit of virtue, not the pursuit of pleasure. There were all sorts of really deep questions about the future of democracy, how to agree without being disagreeable, and so forth. And by the end, it was just a remarkable convening of the community and a feeling that a hunger for deep learning about American history. And the reason the whole thing worked is because we didn't talk about politics. If we had introduced the question of the election about which South Bend, Indiana, and Elkhart are divided, people wouldn't agree, but they wanted to know what is there to be optimistic about in America. And I guess and what can history teach us? Has it been worse in the past? And I was able to say, yes, it has been worse in the past. In the Civil War, people were, and after, in Reconstruction, lynchings, murders, assassinations, people beaten up on the floor of Congress, and yet we persevered. So it goes to my sense that efforts to reach agreement about Trump or Biden or abortion are futile because people believe what they believe. But it is possible to structure conversations around constitutional topics, around historical topics that focus on what unite us as Americans, which is the shared quest to become more perfect and to learn from our errors. And if anything is going to carry us forward, it's going to be that.
Great. Phil, you study Congress for a living, so I wouldn't blame you for being a little pessimistic. But do you have anything to add to this up front?
Well, politics ain't beanbag, right? Life and death issues, you're right, it is serious, but it's always been serious. And actually, reading the history of Congress does make me generally long-term optimistic, because when Congress has been working well at bringing the country together around common purposes, it wasn't because all of the people agreed with each other about the fundamental values. It wasn't because they all liked each other very much. It's because the machinery of Congress is built to take disparate factions and put them together and make them work out the country's most pressing problems. And America is a going concern. We have to make choices. And when we focus on the actual choices in front of us, most of them really aren't as bad as abortion. Abortion really is an unusual question that does directly and obviously touch on people's deepest fundamental questions of what exactly does life mean, what is the value of life, all that. A lot of questions aren't that hard. Figuring out how we should spend America's tax dollars is easier than abortion. There's no one right answer. There can't be. Nobody could really think there's a right answer. And we have to do something. And the truth is, we start with what we did last year and tweak it and see where we go from there. That's the way politics works. It's not always inspiring, and it's not always equal to the magnitude of the challenges that face us today. I mean, I'm a sort of fiscal alarmist, I don't mind saying, in that we've now come to a situation where we're running $1.5 trillion deficits every year, and nobody blinks anymore, and that's not a sustainable proposition. But again, in the long term, putting these problems that face Americans in front of the Congress, they ought to be able to work through things. Now, we heard a lot on the first panel about the outrage industrial complex. We have an increasing number of members of Congress whose primary occupation is as participants in that complex rather than as legislators. And the number has never been zero, let's be clear, of legislators who are part of that. But it's distressingly high today. So we do have to find ways of incentivizing ambitious young people who find their way into Congress, talented people who could go one of two ways with their careers, and to convince them that actually being a legislator who focuses on the problems and making deals with people that I don't always share values with, that's the way to go. That's the way to do the right thing for America. That's the way to make sure that we deal with America's problems, rather than this sort of withdrawal from the idea of doing politics and toward the rhetoric of mutual destruction.
Well, we'll circle back to Congress and constitutional institutions, but let's go back to the beginning with individuals. And John, we'll talk about your book. And I stumbled when I introduced you There's a moment where I wanted to say your book was titled Learning to Agree. But it is titled Learning to
Yes,
Disagree, right? It seems like something we all are pretty good at already. What do you mean by learning to disagree?
Yeah, right. So it's not learning to agree or achieving consensus. It's the premise that we are going to keep disagreeing about fundamental matters. And the learning is also important, as in the ongoing verb of how we do it. And the pitch of this book is trying to suggest that law and legal education have actually something to teach the rest of us about how we disagree. People think of lawyers, I have to look at the lawyers for comfort here. People think of us as the people who stubbornly argue all the time, but actually the best lawyering is that which understands the other side in the most charitable, best possible way, so that you can go to a decision maker and not say, they're stupid and wrong and we're right. You say, this is a hard issue, they've got a good argument and we have a better one. And you can only do that through a work of empathy that learns to understand what the other side is saying and why they're saying it. And that's what we train law students to do. And so this book is sort of a combination of what I've done in the classroom teaching criminal law and law and religion, and all the screw-ups I've made in my own personal life trying to implement these ideas along the way.
Now, I have to say I remember being a young law student, and suddenly about a year into my legal education, all my friends, family, and loved ones saying, "You're talking to me like you're a lawyer now." And they didn't mean that in a good way, right? That oftentimes it's the young law students who suddenly learn to cross-examine all their friends, their significant others. So I'm struck by the way you frame it, that we can learn skills about being better people in disagreement by thinking through these things the way lawyers do. What do you mean by this?
Well, law teaches you that the world is a bunch of gray. It's not as black and white. I came into law school having majored in engineering, where it was all math and physics, and the bridge either held or it didn't. And then I went to my first year of law school and learned that wasn't the case for much of life. And so learning how to argue the gray and the complexity and the realization that these issues are hard for a reason, and there are bad faith actors out there, and there are also a lot of people of good faith who have fundamentally different views of these issues, and we use law as an alternative to street violence to figure out how to do this in our democracy. And then law allows for an ongoing conversation that is never over. And if you lose in the political process, you have a right to dissent, which is super important, and a right to regroup and build associations and coalitions to try to go back and change it. And that's what law offers on an institutional level. And then on a personal level, if we're doing this right, if we're teaching it right, we are also training people to be empathetic, to be careful readers, to be careful thinkers, which will contribute not just to the legal process, but also to the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yeah, it's a wonderful book. I encourage everybody to buy it and read it. John, could you give us maybe a concrete example or two of what you're talking about?
Well, I'll give you two quick stories. One, a predicate to any kind of disagreement is just slowing down and seeing the people in front of you, not as problems or interruptions to your day. And we're all, in this city, we're all prone to just be very instrumentally driven to get through our day. I'm this way in my own life too. When I was in practice and billing hours, I was working one Saturday morning, and my wife and I got into an argument that took quite a long time to resolve, about 4 hours. And at the end of that argument, after we'd finally made up and we're talking again, I looked at her and I said, "Do you know how much money this argument just cost us?" Which was certainly not the right thing to say in the moment. But what that did, and the reason I included it in the book, is to say this is an example of when you don't see the full humanity, of your spouse or your partner, but also your adversary, and when you don't slow down to see the person, you're going to screw things up, right? Let alone sort of disagree well. You're just not going to treat the other person as a human being. The other thing I would just say in terms of how to do this practically is to recognize that this is a world that is full of injustice and unfairness, and that is not going to be remedied in the way that we all want. So we intuit, we see an injustice or we see a harm, and we think, I want that fixed. That's a very natural human desire, but it doesn't work that way. If you lose a loved one to violence, there's no amount of punitive measures or recompense that is going to restore justice to the world. That's a loss and a breach in your life and in the social fabric that lasts forever. And so what do we do when confronted with injustice after injustice and harm after harm? We have to figure out in an imperfect world how to address it imperfectly. We still ought to work toward proximate justice. That's what law does, and yet also recognize the tragedy that exists there. And then there are possibilities, I think, like forgiveness, that can enter in and really imagine a different possibility. When Tutu wrote "No Future Without Forgiveness," I think he meant that as a political claim, not just a personal one, and that matters to how we think about our shared society going forward.
That was beautiful. And a lot of what you said there actually reminds me of Jeff's most recent book, The Pursuit of Happiness, which again was a study of the founders and their understanding of we focused primarily on Stoicism, on how they focused on being, how'd you put it earlier, pursuing goodness, not
Being good, not feeling good.
Being good, not
pursuing
feeling
virtue, not pursuing immediate pleasure. The core teaching of the moral philosophy that inspired the founders, from Epictetus and Seneca and Aurelius to their Enlightenment heroes like Locke and Francis Hutcheson and Hume, using your powers of reason to moderate your unreasonable passions and emotions so you could achieve the calm tranquility of soul that defines happiness. Practicing the classical virtues of prudence, temperance, courage, and justice, and shunning unproductive emotions like anger, jealousy, and fear to achieve that golden mean. For them, happiness was self-improvement, character improvement, being your best self, and the crucial connection they saw between personal self-government and political self-government. The reason that Washington and Madison and Hamilton all said the Republic would fall unless citizens could achieve self-mastery was because they feared demagogues who would tempt the people with cheap promises of immediate gratification so that they would be subverted from the public interest. And that's why it's so important first to tend to ourselves, to learn and to grow and to achieve, we'd call it today, emotional intelligence, so that we're not the most partisan and angry and envious and worst versions of ourself. It was so inspiring for me to see how deeply the founders thought about being good people, talked constantly about overcoming their own anxieties, diarized about it, and shared letters, how deeply read they were in questions of moral philosophy and comparative spirituality. It's so moving to see Adams and Jefferson talk about the connections between the Bhagavad Gita and Pythagoras, and how all of the wisdom traditions of the world share this commitment to focusing on the only thing you can control, which is your own thoughts and emotions. And love God and all his creatures, rejoice in all things, love thy neighbor. These are all the importance of impulse control so that we can avoid immediate gratification and seek the common good. It's really the takeaway when I was talking to citizens about this yesterday was that there's a reason that the founders say the Republic is going to fall unless people find virtue. It's all up to each of us. Are we going to spend our days tweeting and tagging and playing to our most partisan selves and demanding outrage and enrage to engage? Or will we learn and grow and moderate and seek to deepen ourselves in wisdom? In that sense, there's a reason that the solution the founders thought to the future of the Republic, which they thought was an open question, was civic education. They meant something very specific, which is learning the principles of the Declaration and the Constitution so that people would defend liberty when it was under siege and also would listen to other points of view and disagree without being disagreeable and elect wise leaders who would tend to civic virtue. That's why I think John is so wise in calling our attention to the crucial importance of the rule of law as the one thing that can bind citizens, along with an attachment of the Constitution, and the real liberating power of learning the habits of debate of lawyers. At the Constitution Center, we had this radical faith that it's possible starting in middle school to learn the methodologies of constitutional interpretation so that citizens, starting at a very early age, can hear legal arguments on both sides and evaluate them in constitutional terms. I've had these great moments on Zoom encouraging middle school kids to read the majority opinions and the dissents. This kid raises his hand, Ed, I'm only 11, I'm not sure I can read the dissents, and you can do it, and people do. And the core of the Constitution Center's teaching method is exactly the one that John is recommending. Separate your political from your constitutional views, learn about history through storytelling, and hear the legal arguments on both sides before making up your own mind. And it just brings down the partisan pressure. It ensures that we don't have unproductive discussions about questions like abortion that people are not going to agree about, but can evaluate Dobbs or Roe in constitutional terms. The mission is to try to do this on a very wide scale through podcasts that every week bring together liberals and conservatives to bring the best arguments together, through Constitution 101 classes for middle school, high school kids and adult learners, in partnerships with Khan Academy and talking with other partners about really bringing this to adult learners on a wide scale, and then through events across the country like the one I was at yesterday, which it's just so moving to see that many people gathering together to think about the ideals that bind us. So that's the idea. It won't save democracy because none of us can affect what will happen in a particular election, and the fate of nations turn on handfuls of votes and wars and decisions and so forth. But regardless of what our fate is as a republic politically, we can all tend to ourselves, express this commitment to continued dialogue, and I'll just end with this. The real importance of the rule of law. That's what Lincoln is arguing that people have to remember in the Springfield Address, when he's warning about mobs and abolitionist editors are being murdered. And he says we have to whisper to our children each night an allegiance to the ideals of the rule of law. And John Quincy Adams says we have to take the rule of law and the ideals of the Declaration of the Constitution and put them as frontlets between our foreheads, quoting Deuteronomy, and whisper them to our children and cleave to them. It's very, very important that we seek not agreement, because we're not going to have it, or even one side winning or the other, but that regardless of who wins, we're just continually committed to this Republican experiment, and the way to do that is through the Constitution and Declaration and the rule of law.
Well, like John's book, I highly recommend Jeff's latest book. When you came back here last month or the month before, we talked about your book. One of the questions I asked was to focus on a couple of the examples. Jeff structures his book by going virtue by virtue and founder by founder, using the stories, the biographies of individuals of the founding era and a little after the founding era to exemplify the best of what he was talking about in terms of the virtues needed to sustain a democracy. Could you maybe offer an example?
I mean, John Quincy Adams has got to be the best. Constantly hit over the head by his mom and dad with the need to subjugate your passions through reason. I thought having a Jewish mom was tough. Imagine having a Puritan mom and Abigail Adams. And she's constantly saying to him, he who subjugates his passions is greater than he who taketh a village, quoting the Proverbs. This creates a tremendous anxiety in John Quincy. In his early 30s, he writes in his diary, he's just turned down a Supreme Court appointment. He's minister to Russia. He says, I'm 32 years old. I haven't achieved anything. I'm spending too much time at the theater and enjoying, I'm not subjugating my passions enough. But then he's president, and he has two crucibles. He loses the election, and his oldest son, George Washington Adams, commits suicide because George Washington just can't take the pressure of the name and the legacy. And he jumps off a steamship and kills himself. And Adams feels, how can he go on? He spends a year reading the Bible, which he reads closely, and he rereads Cicero in the original, his favorite book, the Tusculan Disputations. He writes sonnets about the wisdom, and he emerges determined to become the greatest abolitionist of his age, based on his original reading of the Bible, which he is convinced prophesies that Jesus offers freedom to all the captives, and to his reading of the classics. And he introduces a constitutional amendment to end slavery. He denounces the gag rule. He becomes what Frederick Douglass calls the greatest defender of freedom of any white man of his age. And then he dies, of course, on the floor of Congress, murmuring, I am composed, quoting Cicero. He's prepared himself for the virtuous death. The perfectly self-composed man who's achieved a tranquility of soul is he who has achieved virtue. It's so self-conscious, it's so learned, it's so American, and he's living the ideals of the Declaration and the Constitution, even as he urges them as models for others.
Well, now I'm pessimistic. How can any of us live up to that? And one of the questions I asked you at the last event was, is your book a story of virtue and statesmanship, or is it a story of virtue and citizenship?
It's citizenship. It's all about the individual, and it's a duty every day to use our talents to the best of our abilities and to learn and grow and to try to be our best self, so that we can serve others. And it's got to be an optimistic story. It's not easy to live this life of virtue, as Quincy and all of them showed, and each day you fall short. The injunction to be perfect from Jesus or from Socrates is very impossible to live up to. But it's such an empowering vision, and I've got to share how incredibly moving it is, just that this is not a wisdom just for elite white guys. Frederick Douglass buys reading lessons on the streets of Baltimore with bread, and then he finds this golden book, the Columbian Orator, which sums up the ancient wisdom with selections from Cicero and Seneca and a dialogue against slavery, and this resolves him to become the greatest freedom fighter of his time. And then he preaches the urgent importance of self-reliance as the key to the pursuit of happiness. And you think of how heroes like Douglass and Lincoln fought just for the power to read, and then we have all the books in the world on our Kindles, and all we need is the self-discipline to read them, which was my takeaway from this experiment, which is I'm trying to spend more time actually reading books rather than browsing, and it changes your life. So I think I think it is important to be optimistic about the future of America because of this deeply empowering ideal of self-reliance and self-improvement, which is at the core of the American ideal. Not to be Panglossian about the future of the Republic, because the founders themselves didn't know, but optimistic about the radical self-empowerment that is available to all of us each day, given our God-given freedoms and equality.
Well, Jeff, your book is about how the founding generation learned to form and shape themselves, but then, of course, they form and shape a government. So let's move from self-government to self-government in the other sense. How do the virtues that you're describing in your book, what do they tell us about the institutions that are in our Constitution? And then we'll turn to Phil's book.
I really did understand the Federalist Papers in a new light when you see it's a manual for public happiness. That's what Madison and Hamilton are constantly talking about. And Madison is applying the same faculty psychology that he learned at Princeton to achieve private happiness to achieve the same balance in the Constitution of the state. And all of those references in the Federalist Papers to reason and passion, in all large assemblies of any character composed, passion never fails to wrest the scepter from reason. Even if every Athenian had been Socrates, Athens would still have been a mob. Madison is getting from the fall of the Greek Republic and from the idea that the way to avoid it is for citizens to find that balance between reason and passion in their own constitutions. And that's why he defines a faction as any group, a majority or a minority, animated by passion rather than reason, devoted to self-interest rather than the public good. And that's why the whole Constitution is designed to slow down deliberation, to prevent mobs from forming, and all this is familiar Constitution 101 about the desire of the institutions to slow down deliberation. I also understood in a new light Madison's idea that the grounds for optimism was the new media technology of the broadside press that would allow the Federalist Papers to be read in newspapers, and citizens would gather in coffee houses and discuss it, and reason would slowly diffuse across the land. And I also understood now in a new light the danger of social media, which is the opposite of that, enraged to engage, and the fact that we're in real trouble, that people are not reading anymore, and the fact that, I mean, that's the bottom line. It's not partisanship or the fact that people disagree about abortion. I see people nodding. It's that people are not reading books, and it's not just people who don't have access to books. It's the most privileged among us who are tweeting rather than reading. So the system is designed for it puts a high premium on citizens to inform themselves and to educate themselves and to moderate themselves and to restrain themselves and not to descend into faction. We've got to remember those warnings, why it's so dangerous. It's not just that it's one party rather than the other that's become faction. It's that citizens are voting based on their passions and want to own the libs and own the conservatives and are not committed to the common project. So the solution is within each of us. It's in civics. I've become an evangelist for deep reading, and because that's the point of this panel, want to embrace once more John's approach, which is the National Constitution Center's approach, about using the habits of legal debate and deliberation to kindle an appreciation for the rule of law and an allegiance to the Constitution.
Can I just underscore one of Jeff's points there on Madison and factions too, because also built into Madison's understanding of this was that they are not going away, and they're going to create instability and a certain kind of really chaos within our polity, and that's just a fact of life. And I think the process theorists of the mid-20th century did us all a disservice when they sort of re-narrated that into it's all going to work out, there's a balance wheel, we can have some give and take, but really the reality of our differences that manifest in groups means we are going also, as we work toward all of the things we've been talking about, have to accommodate dissent and protest and uneasiness, and that's also part of the system. And to protect those with vigor, especially at times when you want to crush the dissent because it's making you uncomfortable, that's when we need to double down on a shared commitment to civil liberties and these constitutional commitments.
Here. Phil, before we turn to Congress, anything you want to add so far?
Well, I have to say that the vision of virtue that Jeff transmits from the founders to us is tremendously personally inspiring to me. But I don't want anyone to come away from this discussion thinking that the only chance for America is if we all, across the 330 million of us, embrace this virtuousness and achieve the example of John Quincy Adams. That's, as a conservative, I'm not betting on that. But I still think that there's a good chance for this country to do better than it's doing right now and to endure, because politics is a way of channeling faction, is a way of taking all of our human imperfections, stirring them together, and finding a way to live with them. And I guess I hearken back to some different exemplars. I've been thinking about Sam Rayburn as we've been having this conversation. Politics and the rule of law are two separate things, I'd say. And having a free politics in which we decide to resolve our differences through the political process, that is, disagreeing with each other, using mechanisms like voting and taking majorities to settle questions where we don't come to agreement, that is another fundamental tradition. It's somewhat different from the rule of law. I think the alternative is coercion, right? That's the norm in human history is coercion. That's how we settle differences, and we have to envision our system working in a consensual manner. That means we go into the political process. We know we're not always going to win. We agree to abide by the results, even when we think the scoundrels win, right? Because at least the scoundrels are playing the game with us, and we get to all play again tomorrow. That's the key to having politics. And we have this tradition in American politics that isn't well known enough, I think, because we dwell so heavily on presidents, and Congress is a much less inspiring institution in some ways. But I do hope that people ponder sort of, when we think of mid-century American politics and why it worked so well at getting us through some difficult problems, it wasn't because all of the people were so virtuous. Sam Rayburn himself was a pretty virtuous guy. We think of Rayburn working out problems with a bunch of bourbon in a basement in the Capitol, and that's accurate. That did happen. But Rayburn himself was not a hard drinker. He was a very straight-laced guy. He became the youngest Speaker of the House in Texas because he had a reputation for my word is my bond and absolute trustworthiness. And not for being a particularly agreeable character who always gives people what they want, but knowing how to face up to people and treat them honestly, deal with them in an upright manner, and work the political process. Fairness is something that people associated with him. That's what made him a superstar. He came to Congress at a very young age. He then spent 3 decades there before he became the Speaker of the House. And he was in a position to help bring all these disparate factions together. He had these relationships, these trusted relationships with people with whom he did not agree at all. The Democratic Party at that time, of course, was a remarkable institution that brought together people of remarkably different backgrounds. And that's, Jim Crow is an ugly stain on our history. It did have a significant silver lining in creating this Democratic Party that was the governing party that brought together all these very different factions and put them in mind of working things out together, even though they were not going to all converge on one set of values. I think that's, when I think about where politics can go today, how we can live with our situation of factionalism today, it has to be because we're willing to look each other in the face and learn how to disagree. That's such a valuable way of putting it. The congressional process helps us take the disagreement and nevertheless move forward and make decisions. And it doesn't resolve our disagreements for all times. No issue is closed forever. We can always reopen it. But it allows us a forum where the idea is our trusted representatives come and we plop them together and they do their best. It's not that they achieve anything like perfect virtue. So I'm willing to think, some very imperfect vessels can make this political process work if they all have a mutual buy-in and a willingness to abide by the results.
Well, I want to ask you then, I guess the title of your book, Why Congress? The question is, why Congress? But let me put it this way. It seems to me that Congress, at its best moments in American history, really was led in a meaningful way, not by the Speaker, not by the Senate Majority Leader, but by the President. Washington and the First Congress, Lincoln and the Republicans, LBJ in the Civil Rights era, FDR and what he built at a moment of America, wallowing in depression on the verge of World War II. It seems to me that Congress has been at its most effective as Congress was led by a president. Am I wrong about that? Yuval is smiling at me. He says, maybe I'm wrong about that. Am I wrong about that? And if not, what does that teach us about Congress?
I don't know. Don't believe the hype.
Okay.
Don't believe the hype for presidents as much. In any case, that's a healthy corrective to the tendency of our discourse, which is to just entirely hype presidents up. Like, why do we have Civil Rights Act? Well, it's because Martin Luther King set the table and then Lyndon Johnson powered it through. In my book, I talk about that. That's not a very accurate story, actually. We should think about the figure of Mike Mansfield in the Senate as taking a very non-Lyndon Johnson-y approach to making the process get us to actually passing an act that would endure, that the Southerners would oppose but then live with. Mm-hmm. I think we're too ready to just make presidents the avatars of everything good that happened in our history. But congressional process is often a little harder to tell those stories because the truth is, because of so much of it being about trusted face-to-face relationships, they don't always leave the best traces to tell these stories. But
Jeff, John, it seems to me that when young lawyers come to Washington, D.C., we have a real affinity, obviously, for the courts, and I think we have a real affinity for administration. Lawyers come to Washington, they're drawn to work in administration, and that's not an entirely new instinct. Tocqueville writes about this in the 1830s, how lawyers are drawn to executive power. So speaking as two law professors, what's your sense of Congress and its constitutional role, maybe today? Jeff?
I was thinking about the really interesting question of whether it's been about presidential leadership or not, and I've just been reading about Reconstruction. And of course, it's the opposite of presidential leadership. There, presidential Reconstruction is a total failure, as Johnson sets out to subvert the promise of the Civil War. And during this brief moment between 1866 and 1875, when it all collapses, congressional Republicans take the lead and they push through congressional Reconstruction in the face of Johnson's repeated vetoes. And then the whole thing collapses because of the Depression of 1873 that follows the crash, and then the political will to have federal enforcement of black voting rights, which is the only way to actually make the promise of the Civil War a reality, evaporates. And then the courts follow. And I've just been going through all this for this new book about how the debate between Hamilton and Jefferson has defined all of our constitutional history. And it's so amazing in every era, including the Civil War, to see both sides invoking Hamilton and Jefferson on behalf of their views. And Justice Bradley, who's appointed to the court for the purpose of upholding the Legal Tender Acts and having a broad vision of national power, all of a sudden switches on Reconstruction, and in the Cruikshank case completely subverts the promise of black voting rights for 100 years because he just doesn't care enough about black voting rights to be a nationalist on that question. I share this both because it's exciting for me to learn about this, and also because it reminded me something that as a law professor I don't remember and wasn't taught in law school. The courts are one actor in the federal government, and social change takes place ultimately because of public opinion, like elections, and you have to understand the interaction between the president, Congress, and the courts at any moment to see what is really going to determine the future. And maybe that's also relevant for, this question of when Congress is willing to trade. The election of 1876, the Republicans made a deal with the South to withdraw troops because they cared more about saving the economy and having the South wanted federal support for the railroads, and the North wanted tighter money, and they were able to make a deal, as the people did in the civil rights era, again selling out black voting rights in the case of the South. So it really is all about politics in the end, about whether or not coalitions will survive, and maybe there are certain moments of our history when compromise breaks down, and the Civil War was the biggest time, and maybe we're in that moment now as well. But I'll just bring this home by bringing it back to the courts. The debates we're seeing on the courts now between strict construction and living constitutionalism, in one way, do go back to Hamilton and Jefferson. Their debate over the bank has defined debates on the courts ever since. And ever since Jackson appointed Taney, Jeffersonian presidents have appointed strict constructionists to try to roll back federal power. And in that sense, Reagan promised to do it, and he did, and now there's a majority, and the Jeffersonian justices are doing what they were appointed to do. But when courts become as polarized as Congress, as arguably they're becoming now, and they were in the Dred Scott era, they do lose their legitimacy as neutral institutions. The Dred Scott court was viewed as a political institution and attacked as such. Lincoln refused to obey it, and we're facing similar questions now about whether or not courts will maintain their legitimacy in a nonpartisan way. It depends on how they behave, and once they polarize, then they're viewed accordingly. So all this, just to bring it home to the question, people, it was one thing to want to work for the federal government or to clerk or work for the courts at a time when there was consensus in the post-war period. Now that they're not, anyone who's graduating from law school has to decide how best to use their talents, and it's unfortunate that things have become so polarized that opportunities for that kind of cross partisan consensus in government are increasingly elusive.
Let me bring that to John then. John, would you rather talk about Congress or the Supreme Court?
Neither.
You got to pick one.
I think, well, I want to make an observation actually at a broader level about what these institutions are doing when it comes to both politics and law, because I think maybe with a slight disagreement how Phil framed it, I don't think this is an alternative to coercion. This is all coercion. Law and politics are coercion, and the reason that many people comply with a law or policy they don't like is that if they don't comply, they're going to go to jail, and if they refuse to go to jail, they might get shot. And so there's violence underlying the coercion that makes this whole thing work, whether it's politics or law, but that's still a really good thing because it's far less violence than the alternative. So I tend to think of this as less violence rather than more violence, and that matters a great deal. And those of us who are in the law, I think, are working. I always make this case to my students, and they usually hate it because half of them are going to go be transactional lawyers and think they're out of the game of violence. But I try to make the case, no, the reason your advice to your client is going to work on Wall Street is that once the other lawyers and the judges speak, if people don't listen, bad things are going to happen. So there is this deep coercion underlying everything we're doing, and people feel that, I think, at a visceral level when they lose in the political process. And so we have to have other valves in the system to say, yes, despite the coercion that you are a part of, this is still a far better and a far healthier system than any alternative out there. And you have the opportunity to push back, to reform policy, and to see change in the future.
We're going to go to audience questions in just a minute, but let me go back to John one more time. John, it seems to me that your work, especially your most recent book, Learning to Disagree, it's obviously most relevant to the work of Congress and to the work of courts, which isn't to say it's not also relevant to the work of administration, but we see...
You're supposed to say it's relevant to every single human being who can buy a book.
That's right, they can buy a book. But what can members of Congress learn from your book in their particular work?
Yeah, I think my answer is a very basic point. The chair that I hold at WashU is named after Sally Danforth, the wife of former Senator John Danforth, and Jack and I get together regularly, and he often talks about what Congress used to be, and so much of what he talks about was they knew each other, and they knew each other's families, and they shared meals, and they did the common stuff of ordinary life. This is all the stuff that we all know from, this is what Tim was saying earlier, like we learn this in school, we teach it to kids, and we don't practice it, and Congress is not practicing it, and I'll defer to the experts here, but the structural incentives are all misaligned to make this happen more. It's go home and fight for your life in the primaries rather than get to know the people around you. And so I'm deeply grateful for those of you in the room who are doing very practical work to change this, because it's getting people to share meals and understand each other's humanity and lives outside of their policy positions on the floor that is going to make change over time.
Phil, on these structural incentives, and then we'll put audience questions. What's one change that you would make to the way Congress goes about its work to make Congress today more of a unifying institution rather than a polarizing institution?
Well, I think if you're just a regular backbench member of the House, the way that the House has operated in recent years gives you very, very little in the way of real opportunities to shape policy. That's because the committee system has been hollowed out, and most of the work that Congress does, and yes, it still does lots of important work, we can all sort of roll our eyes, but it does, but most of that work has migrated into the leadership offices. The way to become an influential member in that case is to be in the good graces of leadership. The way to do that is to raise a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And how has the fundraising game changed in recent years? Well, our politics and our political fundraising has nationalized, and more candidates are able to stoke outrage around the country that has nothing to do with their particular constituents in their district or their state. And to say, I'm the most outraged member of all, send your dollars to me. And that is a successful strategy. And we have to do something to change that incentive. So it would be healthy if we could make people more dependent on their local constituencies to fundraise from, but it would also, we have to come at it from the other angle. We need to find ways to reward people who want to be earnest policymakers, who want to dig into the substance of an issue, put in the hard work across the aisle with their counterparts, and produce legislation that then they will have a chance to move to the floor and get passed on behalf of the American people.
Great. And now we actually will get to audience questions. I keep promising it. We got a little bit less than 15 minutes left. We have time for questions. First question will be Alan Rawl over here, and then I see second question here, and then Paul.
Thank you, Adam and panel. That was really fantastic. Turning to what Professor Rosen said about the pursuit of virtue, the importance of virtue for the founders, their personal, the importance of self-mastery, but they were also very concerned about their reputations, the view that posterity had for them. They wanted publicly to model the virtue that they were pursuing individually. It seems like that's not so important today, that our leaders are not seeking to model virtue. They seem to, their reputation is dispensable to them. What can our society do, the leading institutions, to help motivate our leaders to try to model virtue and to, what institutions of society other than the Constitution Center can help bring virtue back to public leadership? So it's important to our leaders to demonstrate that for the public and help save democracy. Just those small questions.
Thanks, Alan.
The founders have this Roman conception of seeking virtuous fame rather than vice-filled ambition. And the difference is that ambition is ego-based and designed to consolidate power, and fame only follows from devotion to the public interest rather than to self-interest. And when John Adams learned that the human desire to be recognized from Adam Smith was the most powerful of all human emotions, he almost wanted to call off the revolution and make all offices hereditary. He said, this is terrible. If people are going to be trying to seek attention, basically to be famous, then we have, that was why he was thinking about he and Hamilton were thinking about a life term for the president, was just so that the president wouldn't be tempted to seek re-election and engage in the low arts of electioneering and could actually tend to the public interest like the British king. So if Adams imagined the age of Instagram, he might have called off the revolution, because if all of the incentives are to be liked and tweeted and reaffirmed by your base or faction, then not a desire for virtuous devotion to the common good, but just to be to own the other side becomes the preeminent desire. It's a hard question that I want to think more about the distinction between celebrity and virtuous fame, and the distinction, and then the collapse of the distinction between the public and private. And once all politics becomes personal, then our allegiance to the leaders becomes more important than holding them to higher standards of behavior. And maybe that's why we're willing to forgive any vice on behalf of Clinton or Trump or whoever it is, but both sides just completely betray all of their ideals and are devoted to the leader rather than the principles of the party. You have to be devoted to principles that are larger than the ambition of the leader. And Jefferson and Hamilton were in the Federalists versus the Republicans and so forth. So you can't, institutions can't make citizens hold their leaders up to higher ideals. And when citizens relate to leaders like celebrities, they're actually fanning the very fear of demagogues that the founders were most afraid of. It was Caesar on horseback who offers the people bread and circuses that lead the people to give up their liberty because their allegiance is to Caesar, not to the Republic. And maybe that's what we're doing now. Hard question, but those are just some initial thoughts.
Just to connect to also virtues to institutions, that we haven't yet said really how you get virtues, but you don't just snap your fingers and get them. You have to practice them over time so they become habits, and that often requires institutions that can help teach and sustain narratives. And so when we're asking how Congress becomes virtuous, we're way too late in the game. We have to start much earlier and sustain institutions that can build these narrative structures that will lead to habits and practices.
Go ahead, Phil, and then the next question
Just
back here.
a brief word. I mean, I think it was Tocqueville. I may be getting that wrong, but somebody said, if you need an identification of interest between the political leaders and the people, a real sense of representativeness. Otherwise, virtues are a bad thing. If your leadership class is oppressing the country, then the fact that they're very virtuous just makes them better at oppressing. And I think, unfortunately, we've come to the junction in our politics where that's how a lot of people look at it, is that some of the most clearly not classically virtuous people are admired because they have the right enemies, and it seems that are picking the fights that need to be picked because we think that our leadership class is fundamentally betraying it. I think that's caricaturish, but I think there's a grain of truth there that we need to attend to, because figuring out how to create this trusted bond then means that we want virtues working for us. And if we don't have the trust, we don't have that connection.
Great. The next question is in the back by Alyssa, and then I saw Paul Carisi had his hand up.
Thanks. So one of the things that you brought up was that we're ready to accept as a constraint that we're going to have deep disagreements. We're going to have fundamental disagreements. And so if that means that the goal then is something like healthy pluralism, my question is, what your sense is the role of a strategic turn towards federalism might be, because it's not an unmixed blessing. On the one hand, it creates this red and blue systems and sites of polarization, but on the other hand, from a traditional structural standpoint, there's an argument that national politics is now bearing a weight that it was not designed to do, and that perhaps it's incapable of bearing. Thank you.
That's great. Who'd like to take that?
I'd love to hear everyone, but federalism is so crucial. And in Elkhart yesterday, one of the guys I had the privilege of talking to said that the whole collapse of local broadcasting in America, which he's been working in for the past 40 years, was because people didn't heed the lesson of Newt Minow. And Martha, I wanted to just say that out of the blue, he paid tribute to your dad and said by opposing deregulation of broadcasting, Newt Minow had maintained local ownership of the stations. And once the local news was deregulated, all of the local broadcast stations are owned by two national companies that have no allegiance to the communities. That was his big solution to the news, was to restore ownership of broadcasting companies at the local level. And federalism, of course, does have its difficulties, but it's being embraced now by the left and the right as the solution to polarization, because once you stop turning every national issue into a referendum on Trump or Biden, you allow the diversity of views in red and blue states that allow representatives to represent and local press to accurately mirror the views of real communities. Heather Gerken at Yale has become the leader of federalism for liberals in an age when conservatives have control of the courts, and of course federalism is deeply is a conservative value too. So there's just one institutional reform, is reform of local news, and heeding Newt Minow's advice might be a good way to do that.
Let's get a couple more questions in before we go. Paul, and then you.
Thank you very much for the panel. Paul Carisi at Arizona State University. I wanted to ask a question about civic education. Tim Shriver on the earlier panel, the three new books that you have, in a way, could be interpreted as civic education efforts, preparing citizens to understand the constitutional order that we have and to demand better performance, elect wiser people. There's a movement in higher education to try to improve higher education in this way, to help K-12 schools, to public universities, Stanford is about to require a new civic education course for all first-year students, Johns Hopkins. So could you, each of you speak to how you might frame what you're doing as civics, as citizenship education, or promising initiatives you know of to address the issues you're talking about?
I wish that after this panel, we could all jump in our time machine and go back 2 days. Folks could see the great conference we had on this 2 days ago. Let me start with John.
So I do see what I'm trying to do as a work of civic education that comes at a cost to sort of more granular scholarship, but I think for me at least it's important to try to direct my own work and writing in this way right now. On the broader question of civic education, I appreciate the energy and the movement. I worry that the tactical deployment of it at some of these universities is not doing the coalition building it needs to do, and that in many places the end result is going to end up being a conservative answer to a progressive platform rather than a coalition building that does the slow work of bringing especially institutional players who are already there into the mix. And so as this is playing out around the country, that's my concern, and I hope that somewhere someone slows down and does the coalition building with existing faculty and others and takes the time to say, if we care about the institution of higher education in a particular way, we have to have institutional players on board for change, not just sort of a reaction from one side against another.
Phil?
Well, I think what Jeff said about people not reading books definitely resonated with me. When I think about Congress, part of the reason I wrote the book is that even amongst the sort of professionally involved in Congress class, the institutional memory is vanishingly small. I mean, it doesn't even go back to my lifetime, and when there's such a rich history, understanding the continuities and evolutions of the institution, really does require a centuries-long sweep. So if people think they can know about American history and not know who Joseph Gurney Cannon is, or not know who Sam Rayburn is, like I fear that those names are becoming obscure to people, and you really don't have the essence of how American politics has functioned, and trying to re-educate the members of Congress themselves about the possibilities of their institution is a big reason I wrote my book. But certainly the broader educated public, which is just so cynical about Congress, and I understand the reasons for the cynicism, but really taking that broader view does allow you to zoom out and understand the distinctive capabilities of the institution.
Jeff, on this question, since you talked a little bit already about civic education, I want to circle back to something you said along the way. You're talking about the importance of reading books. I think I heard you say that one of the real problems today isn't just that Americans aren't reading books, it's that American leaders aren't reading books. And so maybe to slightly reframe Paul's question, how do you think of civic education in terms of educating leaders?
Well, first I want to say it's urgently important to teach American history, to actually teach the substantive principles of the Declaration, the Constitution, and American history. And the core of the Constitution Center's effort is to teach those principles. We have a Constitution 101 class with the essence of the basic events of the Constitution and American history, and I think it is the most important thing is to bring that light to as many learners as possible, middle school, high school, college, and adults. And I also think it's very important to teach adults that. You're so right, Joe Cannon and Sam Rayburn, who are not in this course. I mean, that's how deep we should get, and we're so far from that. But rather than, people disagree a lot about civics, but simply teaching American history is what we've got to do. Look, you can't teach it to leaders. If you're not a reader as an adult, you're not going to be reading history. It's so moving to see what deep readers in history so many of our leaders were. James Garfield, of all people, memorized stories of the founders as a kid and is quoting them during the debates about the 15th Amendment. And Lincoln and Douglas and many in the 20th century. I won't work through it. And the congressional debates are of such a high quality because they're talking about history in constitutional terms, Webster and Haynes, and I mean, they're just thrilling. Then they're debating about Calhoun and so forth. The substantive quality of the debate is so high because they're so deeply learned in history and the Constitution, often self-taught. So there were some efforts to get congressional folks to have constitutional debates. Chris Coons and Mike Lee, through the Constitution Center, agreed to try to have a constitutional debate on the floor of Congress and couldn't quite pull it off. They're certainly able to do it, and there's some very highly educated senators who could do a great job. But simply restoring a norm so that debates are conducted in constitutional terms and politicians feel obliged to make their arguments at the constitutional level might help.
Ma'am, you get the last question, and you also get to decide who gets the last word. Please let us know who's going to answer your question.
Thank you so much. I'm Katrina Lantos Sweat, and president of the Lantos Foundation for Human Rights and Justice. And I've loved all of this discussion, especially about Congress, because I was the daughter of the only Holocaust survivor ever elected to Congress, and am the wife of the only architect elected to Congress in the last 100+ years. And I think, I don't know, because I'm not a good enough historian, I think I may be the only person who had both a father and a husband serving in Congress together. So this has been really delightful. But the question I
Thanksgiving dinners must have been a lot of fun. Sorry, I interrupted.
They are. They were and they are. I wanted to go back to the question asked by the first gentleman about the question of how we can again begin to look to leaders as exemplars of the sort of virtue you talked about. And the very first word that popped into my mind was, well, first we need to recapture a sense of shame, because in a way, shame and honor are sort of different sides of the same coin. And it seems to me that in our culture, we have lost all sense of shame. You know, you can just think about things that even a couple of decades ago, maybe even more recently, would have been so shameful, and we would have understood what was meant by that, and there would have been a sense of agreement. And now the notion of shame seems so at odds with our desire for acceptance and inclusion and affirmation and a lot of other things that are nice. But I guess the question is, have we gone too far to recapture both a sense of shame and honor, which I think would play a very profound role in restoring this deep vision of virtue that all of you talked about. But I guess I'm looking at you, Jeff, for the answer to that question. So I guess you're going to get the last word.
Wow, what a great and deep question, and just a quick thought at it. So shame and honor are traditionally associated with hierarchy, and in the 19th century, when Charles Sumner is caned on the floor of Congress, his assailant chooses the wood of the cane to signify his social status and to put Sumner down as someone beneath him. And people fight duels. You know, gentlemen have to fight duels, and people who are below them get caned, and it's all based on hierarchy. So your deep question is, can you resurrect a sense of shame in a democratic age where we don't accept hierarchies, where some people are considered gentlemen and others are below them? And what you remind me of is that in eliminating an idea of shame in the name of democracy, you really do open yourself up to demagogues, because it's Caesar or our current crop can just be shameless and insist that they're above the law and do anything because the allegiance is to them and not to their conduct and not to their upholding the principles of how public servants are supposed to behave. So I don't have an answer to it, but that deep, and in Europe, all of privacy is based on this sense of hierarchy, and you can sue if you're insulted by people below you but not above you and so forth. So I think it's the deepest question of whether a democracy is capable of shame and honor, but your deep question suggests that it has to be if we're not going to succumb to demagogues.
Great. Well, we covered a lot of ground, all the way from Seneca to Sam Rayburn. We're about to break for lunch, but please join me in thanking our speakers.
I have two.
Come back in.
In our final session of this event, which is going to tie up everything and answer all the questions. So we're glad you stayed to get the answer to the questions. Maybe I can introduce myself first. I'm Tom Griffith. I'm a fellow at the Wheatley Institute. I served on the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit between 2005 and 2020. And I mention that only because my presence here is a testament to the power of compromise. Because I'm what you get when you want Miguel Estrada, but the Democrats have the filibuster for judges. So as I tell my law clerks, I was not President Bush's first choice for the DC Circuit, nor his second, not even his third. But if you're willing to compromise, good things can happen. But let me, before I introduce our distinguished guest, let me pick up on something earlier that my colleague Paul Edwards said at the outset. The Wheatley Institute, which is thrilled and honored to be co-sponsoring this with the American Enterprise Institute, has a constitutional governance initiative. The heart and soul of that constitutional governance initiative is this. It's the idea that the most pressing concern for the Constitution of the United States today is the toxic polarization that threatens the Constitution. And what, if anything, can be done about it? That all of the other rights and blessings that flow from the Constitution, as important as they are, will not survive unless we can save the nation and the country from the toxic polarization that we have right now. So in that regard, I place myself firmly in the camp of Chicken Little, that the sky is falling, and that this is the best way to approach it. Well, it's an honor for me to. Oh, and one final thing: when Adam and Paul and I first conceived of this last October or so, one of the most enjoyable parts about it is once we thought about the idea of this sort of conference, we just got to pick who would be our dream team. Who are the people that have influenced us and have inspired us to be involved in this space and to do good things, hopefully to do good things in it. And that's, so you get to see our friends and people who inspire us a great deal. And there are no two people that I can think of who've had a greater impact on my thinking and others' thinking for good in this area than Martha Minow and Yuval Levin. They do not need an introduction, but I'd like to give them one, if that's okay. But it'd be very brief. So first of all, I want to thank Martha for being here today, because this is a very different setting today than she was in yesterday. Yesterday, she was in Yankee Stadium, as she was addressing over 30,000 graduates and family of New York University, where she was given her 10th honorary degree, and gave a remarkable commencement address that touched on some of the themes we'll be discussing today. Martha, as you may know, was the dean of Harvard Law School between 2009 and 2017. She's currently the 300th anniversary university professor at Harvard. And as you may know, the university professor is the highest award, highest recognition that Harvard can give to any of its professors.
I'm not 300 years old.
No, not 300. The 300th anniversary of Harvard university professor, we should say. Obviously, she's written scores of books and articles. It's hard to think of any list of the most consequential public intellectuals of our time that wouldn't include Martha right near the top. She's also deeply involved in her research and in her public service in understanding the roots of polarization and violence and how to combat both. So we're honored to have Dean Minow with us. Thank you for being here. Yuval Levin clearly needs no introduction to this audience, but there may be some people watching online who need to hear more about Yuval. He's the senior fellow at AEI and the director, as Adam pointed out earlier, of the social, cultural, and constitutional studies here at AEI. He's also the Beth and Ravenel Curry Chair, holds the Beth and Ravenel Curry Chair in Public Policy at AEI. Like Dean Minow, he's written scores of books and articles that I won't mention except two. I'm going to mention two. One was a book that he put together along with Ramesh Ponnuru of AEI back in 2014 that David Brooks called, and I think rightly so, the most compelling policy agenda the American right has produced this century. Many, and I'm in this group, consider Yuval as the most widely regarded, thoughtful, and consequential conservative public intellectual, and we're honored to have him. He is about to, his most recent book is about to be published, June 11th, I think is the date, is that right? And it's titled, listen to this title because we're going to come back to it again, American Covenant. And I'm going to ask you about that title when I stop talking. American Covenant, how the Constitution unified our nation and could again. So if I do this right, you won't be hearing that much from me after this because I want to let these two great scholars and public servants talk. But I'm going to get it started. I'm going to start with you, Martha. What keeps you up at night?
Gosh.
What are you worried about?
A lot. I'll tell you two things that do keep me up at night, although I could unfortunately spend the entire time talking about what I'm worried about. One is I talk a lot with young people. I've been teaching at the university level for many, many decades, but I also talk to high schoolers and others. And I ask them if they're hopeful. And many, many are not. And that is the end of our future if the young people are not hopeful. So that is a very much, if not at the top of my list, it's very, very high. Another is very much the themes that we've been talking about all day. The demonization of people when there's a disagreement and the escalation of animosity. Certainly social media is part of it, but it happens face to face and it happens on cable and it happens all over. And it's just very, very hard not only to get anything done, but to imagine people's mental health. Again, I'm at a university campus. The mental health issues are through the roof. Durkheim, I thought, had a pretty big insight. That's probably why he's named Durkheim, which is that suicide is not just an intrapsychic problem, it's a reflection of a society. And when the young people are having mental health issues, are not hopeful, that's a reflection of the society. So I can go on, but those are two that I'd start with.
Yuval, I'm going to ask you the question in a second, but I'm going to ask Martha a follow-up first. You've spent much of your life studying the roots of polarization and violence abroad.
Yeah.
Abroad. You want to do a quick compare and contrast between what you've seen in your studies abroad and in the United States today? Comparable? Different? Lessons we can learn from that?
So the conflict societies has been a preoccupation of mine, how societies erupt into mass violence and what does it take to emerge out of it. Holocaust was mentioned in the last session. The Rwandan genocide, another example, former Yugoslavia. Those are areas that I've studied deeply, although there are obviously many, many others. What I can say is that, unfortunately, there is a timeline, a set of warning signals about when does a society descend into the risk of really lethal violence at a societal level, and we are on that warning list. It doesn't matter what the name of the form of government is. When there is a demonization of groups of people and dehumanization, and that's the way to deal with perceived and real material disadvantages and other kinds of dissatisfaction, And there's a reward for demagoguery. Those are critical ingredients.
Okay.
And we are on the road.
Now, the good news is we're going to solve that. They're going to have solutions for this in a little bit. But let's start off. Yuval, what keeps you up at night?
Well, first of all, thank you, Tom, and it's just such an honor to be on a stage with Martha too. So I'm just thrilled to be here. I do worry about the condition of the country, and I think I guess in part my worry would begin in a similar place to Martha's, which is the shortage of hope in our public life. I think hope is a really distinct virtue. It's not. Hope is not optimism. Hope is not the sense that things are going to be fine. Right. That's almost never a wise view. Don't be an optimist. But hope is not pessimism, of course, which says things are going to be terrible. Hope says things are up to us, and they could be good if we are good. And that sense, which has defined the American character in moments of crisis in the past, not all, but the ones we've gotten out of strongest, is absent now. There is not nearly enough hope, certainly among the young. There's not enough hope in our politics. Everybody approaches the future with a sense that between us and the future, there is some calamity. And I've come to think that that view is an escape from responsibility. The notion that between us and the future is some calamity, climate or economic or cultural, the whole thing's just going to collapse. That is a way of not actually thinking about the future as belonging to us and being our responsibility. And the fact is, the news is worse than that. The future is just going to come one day at a time. And if we're not ready for it, we're going to screw it up. And our politics right now is built to cause us to screw it up. I think one of the ways this happens is that people have a crazy view of the stakes of our politics. Everybody thinks the next election will determine the future of human civilization. And our political system at its best is built to help us reduce the stakes of our politics. The next election is just an election. There's going to be another one after it. If we get it wrong, we'll get another chance at this. I think a lot of Americans now approach politics with the sense that that is not the case, that if we get this one wrong, it's all over. Ironically, this is happening in a moment when our parties are actually pretty closely matched. Whoever wins the next election is going to have a very narrow majority and basically not be able to do anything. In a way, that's bad news, but it also means they're not going to run away with things. They're not going to take away the core of our freedoms and our rights. That's just not going to happen. They're going to have a 2-vote majority in the House. Why is this the moment when we've become persuaded that the stakes are absolute and the fight has to be total? I think that results from a set of failures of political culture that are really what we have to worry about. And in my own thinking, in my own work, I've moved over the past 10 years or so from being a kind of policy wonk, thinking about how to fix the healthcare system or federal budgeting, which we still do and still matters, to really thinking about the preconditions for even having those debates. Because we're not having those debates. And the preconditions for a politics that thinks that way, which is a way of thinking about the future, it, first of all, have to do with political culture. And we have to be thinking about how to build and sustain a healthy political culture, the kinds of questions we've taken up today. Questions of, I would say, political infrastructure. They're not exactly about public policy. They're about the set of institutions and incentives and attitudes that enable us to live as a free society. That's where the problem is now. And what keeps me up at night is that's a deep problem. That's harder than fixing Medicare, which is hard enough. Mm-hmm. And the fact that that's what we now have to contend with is a real challenge.
Martha, I see you nodding your head in agreement. Do you want to comment or?
I nod my head in agreement with you, Val, more than I used to.
This is a moment.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I was asked a year or so ago to review a draft report from Freedom House. Freedom House is a long-standing organization that rates nations around the world on their democracies and so forth. And I actually had to, go in person and say to the staff, you've missed the important difference between policies and the structures. Mm-hmm. And it was just all garbled up. And so I think that the problem, you put your finger on it so well, it's exactly right. The problem is even people don't see the problem. Yeah. And are intertwining, I have lots of policy concerns too that they care deeply about, from the predicates for having the ability to govern. And I loved the last panel's discussion of self-governance and institutional governance, societal governance, because both are in serious jeopardy.
You know, John and Azu got at this point in a wonderful way with this idea that what we need to learn is how to disagree. I think a lot of Americans have a sense that we disagree with each other too much. But actually, even people who are very engaged in politics spend very little time actually disagreeing with anybody. We spend our time with people we agree with, talking about people we disagree with in ways they would not recognize. And we lose the knack for actually disagreeing in a constructive way that points somewhere. In a sense, that's the set of skills we're losing. And our institutions are built to give us those skills, but we're not letting them work that way.
So the title of today's program asks the question, is unity possible in a divided America? It starts with the Lincoln frames, bonds of affection, : is unity possible in a divided America? So let's start there. Martha, is unity possible in a divided America? What does unity mean?
The word pluralism was mentioned in the last session, and I would elevate that at least on the same par as unity. I think agreement about how we disagree, agreement that we are different, agreement that we will not always be kumbaya, I think that that's missing. Unity, e pluribus unum is the way that I would put it. I think that is the tradition that has made America a place of hope for people from so many different backgrounds. So I'd want to put those two together. And I think that, in fact, that's not very much in popular conversation. Neither part of that, the pluralism or the unity part. I think, again, I can't help but just reflect, being on a campus, this is a tough time on college campuses. This is probably, I've been teaching 43 years. This is the hardest time that I've ever experienced. And why? Because there is polarization in my midst of such a degree that people cannot even civilly converse with one another. And that means that we can't teach. That means that we can't do what we're there to do. So it's profound. And part of what's missing is this sense of, I can understand. You have some very valid points. I disagree with you. But instead, it's what you say. It's up to the level of everything turns on this. And we will die unless we can, I win.
Well, that sounds like you're saying unity is not possible.
Well, unity at what level of abstraction? Yeah. I think that we can be united in our commitment to some values that include pluralism and respect for difference.
Okay. Yuval, is unity possible in America?
I think it is possible, but I think that it requires us to understand unity in a particular way. There's something about the rhetoric of a divided society that describes unity as both too much and too little. As if unity would mean just agreeing with each other about everything. I looked not long ago for a project I'm working on at the inaugural addresses of the last 10 presidents. And what stands out about the last two, that is Biden and Trump, is that they both talked about unity in exactly the same way, and I think it is exactly the wrong way. They both talked about unity as enabling America to be utterly unstoppable. I think Trump literally said that, and Biden more or less did, that if we approach the future as the United States of America, he said, then nothing can stand in our way. That's ridiculous. But it's a way of thinking about unity as basically meaning, if everybody agreed with me, then there wouldn't be any problems. Obviously, that's not what unity means. But what does unity mean? It seems to me that if you put that question to the American political tradition, and to our constitutional tradition especially, you would find that unity does not mean thinking alike. The premise of our system is that we're not going to think alike, and it's stated very frankly. I mean, Madison Fellows 10 just says that in a free society, people are going to form different opinions. That's a fact. That's not a theory. Unity doesn't mean thinking alike. Unity means acting together. And the question is, how can you possibly act together when you don't think alike? I think that our political tradition and our Constitution is actually an answer to that question. How can you act together when you don't think alike? Everything about the Constitution that is most frustrating to us now, especially when we win a little tiny majority in an election. And we think, why am I still dealing with these people? Why is this system in my way? Why is that judge saying that? I just won the election. The Constitution wants to say the question to answer here is, how can we act together when we don't think alike? And the answer to that is through coalition building, through the broadening of majorities, through the building of legitimacy. And our system really is built to enable us to do that. We're so frustrated by it that we're breaking it and not using it to enable us to do that. But to see it as acting together, I think, is really key. Politics is active. So unity is not a state of being. Unity is a way of acting. And it is, all of our institutions, when you look at them, in their static phase, they look really strange. When you look at them in action together, they look really beautiful. I think of this think of it as the blades of a helicopter, right? When it's on the ground, they cut into each other. You turn on that engine, and they are one wing, and they allow it to fly. That's how the institutions of our system operate. They only make sense in action together. And what they enable in action is a kind of dynamic balance that really is unity. It's not unanimity. It's not agreement. They're ways of facilitating the possibility of acting together when we don't think alike. If we understood unity that way, I think it is achievable. It's within our reach. I mean, we know how to do it as Americans. But because we see unity as agreement, and we think the problem with this country is the people who don't agree with me, we have set for ourselves an impossible goal. Our politics cannot get rid of those people. They're not going anywhere. And as long as we think that the purpose of the next election is to get rid of those people, we're going to be disappointed every time.
And that's the language of extermination,
Yes.
which is just disastrous. If I could just insert, I was lucky enough to read part of this forthcoming brilliant book. And in addition to your great point about it's really about action, you also talk about institutional forms that cultivate the very quality of cooperating in action. And even if we're not all made for that, we can learn it. So I shared with you before this session, I try to teach in my constitutional law class that the Constitution is designed like a three-legged race. Have you ever been in a three-legged race? You know, you tie your leg with somebody else. And unless you cooperate, you will go nowhere. You're going to fall over. But you have to learn, and once you do, get into a rhythm, and you can actually accomplish something. Well, it's slower than you would go otherwise. That's the point. Because if you went as quickly as you would go alone, then you're not cooperating.
Yeah. Okay. I want to get into the book more and some of the examples that you give. But first of all, I want to ask you about the title.
Yeah.
The title is arresting to me. American Covenant. Now, that word covenant has lots of nuance. What's the nuance you're drawing
Well,
upon?
so the first thing that has to be said is that book titles are hard for me. And as you might not have been President Bush's first choice, this was not my first choice for a title. But as you were a great choice, I do think it makes a lot of sense. A covenant is like a contract, but not exactly. A contract always has in mind what it would take to break it. What are the conditions under which it would be broken? I think a covenant is written under the assumption that it will not be broken, and that it puts forward obligations that counter each other and understands them as mutual obligations. And so this idea, I mean, it's certainly not original to me. The idea of the Constitution as covenant you can find in the legal literature in the early 19th century, too. But I think that it is a way of thinking about the Constitution as a little more than law, as describing a way of living together, which certainly is law, but also is more than that, and that ultimately helps us understand what our roles are in relation to one another in a free society. And so I think it's helpful to draw a little bit on that, frankly, religious language, to think about our obligations to each other.
Okay. You say in the book that you describe it, that we need to, quote, recover the understanding of unity that undergirds the Constitution. That aspiration, you write, suggests not only an agenda of reform, but also a particular spirit in which to approach the work. So can I ask you to
Yeah.
take a minute or two? What's the agenda of reform? What's the spirit? And then get Martha to react to that.
The spirit was very self-conscious. The Constitutional Convention was a venue for bargaining, for compromise. We think of James Madison as the author of the Constitution. Madison lost every vote he cared about at the convention. Everything he wanted, he did not get. But what happened after those losses was a process of negotiation. And I think that he and others came to understand the outcome not only as creating a system that facilitates negotiation, but as creating a system that embodies what negotiation can achieve. And that spirit, George Washington, a wonderful little short letter to Congress that he sent with the Constitution when the convention was done, tells Congress that it was achieved through a spirit of compromise. That's a way of saying, I know it's not perfect. I know there's things here you're not happy with. But it's also a way of, I think, describing a spirit of how to solve large problems that we do need to recover. And we do need to recognize that what our system has to create is not just laws and policies that we think are great. It has to create legitimacy. John talked before about at the bottom of government action, there is a kind of coercion. But if the system is working, it doesn't feel like coercion. It feels like you're part of this. And even if you lost something important, you understand that you were heard, that you were considered, that you got something of what you needed. That kind of legitimacy is created by coalition building. And I think the Constitution is very aware that although legitimacy requires majority rule, and I certainly believe it does, it also requires a kind of mitigation of majority power, that majorities can be very oppressive. And so before we empower majorities, we force them to grow by negotiating and by building coalitions. That's what's frustrating about our system, constantly frustrating about it, and especially in a time of narrow majorities like the 21st century. But I think it's also the strength of the system. And reforms, very quickly, I think the kinds of reforms that we need are those that would encourage us to negotiate and bargain and build coalitions with each other. The knack we've lost is the knack for coalition building. The sense that we need to ultimately work with people who we agree with about some things but not others if we're going to get anywhere. Even in Congress now, a lot of members just don't think of that as their job. In fact, they think that when they negotiate with the other party, they're somehow failing their voters or they're being a squish. The Republicans threw out a Speaker of the House on the premise that he passed a budget with the Democrats. That's his job description. That's what the institution is for. But when you reach a point where that's perceived as a failure, I think we have to remind ourselves of the basics, and that does mean just getting reacquainted with the system we have.
Martha?
Several words that you used are just not in popular conversation these days, and I would just note them. Obligation, compromise, coalition, and spirit. Those are 4 words that, I can, many, many months have gone by before I hear them, and if I do hear them, they're with a negative connotation. Compromise is thought to be unprincipled. I don't know how you can live as a human being without engaging in compromise. Spirit, Justice Ginsburg was fond of quoting several of the founding fathers that the spirit of liberty is this recognition I could be wrong. That kind of humility, that kind of, we're going to correct ourselves over time. I'm not always right. Obligation, the idea that this is not just about rights, but it's about what I owe to other people, what I owe to something bigger than myself. So I couldn't agree more. I worry about this lack of popular support for these fundamental elements, and I'll just add one more you didn't mention, which is forgiveness. So I've written about forgiveness, and it's striking to me that every religion, every philosophic tradition elevates forgiveness. And why? Because we're imperfect. And if you don't learn how to let go of the resentment, it will eat you up alive. And actually, it was Nelson Mandela who said, holding on to resentment is like drinking poison and believing that it will kill your enemy. Letting go is important, but apology is a big part of these traditions. And I've discovered that young people don't know how to apologize. They have no idea. And there are now contests for the non-apology apology. Because it's so familiar. Well, if anyone was hurt, whatever. Well, it turns out that, human beings are imperfect. We have to come up with ways to deal with that. And that, we have the opposite. We have cancel culture. One mistake, and you are disciplined, and you're out. And, social media is one extreme, Congress is another. I don't know how we get them back, but I think one way is by elevating some of these words that are out of favor.
I think one way to think about how to get them back is just by beginning from the sense that people are not happy with this situation. We're describing a lot of problems and attributing them to the broader culture, but a lot of people living in that culture know that these are problems, that this is not what we want to be doing. I think every reform movement in the next 20 years can just have as its motto, it doesn't have to be this bad. It's not going to be perfect, but it doesn't have to be this bad. That's a way to talk about Congress, it's a way to talk about social media, it's a way to talk about our communities, almost everything. And I think it speaks to people because people recognize, you just ask yourself the question, does it really have to be like that? And the answer is no. There are ways of doing better without having to be perfect, without having to live up to a model that we can't possibly live up to. There are ways to do better by just recognizing, as you say, that we are human beings and that means that we require certain kinds of structures for interacting with each other that let us be human beings, but also let us be better than this.
So I have a question for you about entrenchment, because one of the ways in which I think our government has gotten out of whack is that people want to be in the permanent majority. And the idea that there's not always going to be a permanent majority is somehow unacceptable. So we have the primary system that was mentioned earlier today, reflecting gerrymandering so that it's just, the flanks outflanking each other. But the entrenchment of interest that's related to money in politics, how do we undo that?
I think it's a funny kind of problem in the 21st century because entrenchment, in a way, is the last thing we have in our system. We've had more back and forth between our political parties in the last 20 years than in any 20-year period in American history. We have not had a majority party since the 1990s. And what really describes this moment in our politics is actually that absence of a majority. And it's for that reason that I think you're exactly right, that people worry about how to keep power, how to keep what they have and stay entrenched. It's an obsession that is a result of the fact that everything seems very unsteady all the time.
That's right.
Part of the reason Congress doesn't work is because each party always thinks that the next election could turn things over. And if you're the minority and you think you could win next time, there's no reason to work with these people right now. We're just going to win in 6 months. And then we don't have to deal with them. If you're the majority, you think we can't work with them and give them a win. We've got to hang on to what we've got. That obviously is deadly to the institution. And it's exactly about entrenchment. It's rather than thinking about the future as something that has to be built, it's a way of thinking about how to hang on to what we have. And the kind of sickness of both of our parties now is that they think about politics in terms of hanging on to what they have, when what they have is at best 50% plus one voter. They win elections really narrowly. They should both be thinking about how do we win people we don't have. That's obviously the job of a political party. And yet, over and over, they approach elections thinking, how do we not lose what we've got? How do we turn every last voter who's already super committed and watching the right cable channel out? And how do we keep what we've got right now? That's, in a way, the same thing as saying we're not thinking about the future. And I think that challenge of entrenchment is really there. The thing about it is, I think that it's possible to build a majority in contemporary America. Either party could do it, and could do it exactly by appealing to the public in terms of the future. I mean, right now, either party by just running, a middle-aged governor from somewhere would probably win a decent majority. And yet they do not seem to be capable of doing it because the way in which they think about what their role is has so much more to do with entrenchment than with building something new.
Now, but politicians respond to the electorate, right? I mean, hopefully they're there for public service, but they're also there to hold on to office. Why don't we see political leaders moving in that direction? Now, a reference was made earlier to Governor Cox of Utah, who chairman of the National Governors Association, and he's emphasizing this disagree better. And as we all know, he did a series of advertisements with his political opponent in the election, saying he's a nice guy, I disagree with him. As I understand it, Stanford did a pretty in-depth study of people's reaction to that. And it turns out when people see those types of advertisement, their approval rating for the candidate is skyrocketing. Now, when you hear that, you would think, well, why don't politicians move to that? Maybe it's just too early, or what is?
It doesn't feel too early to me. I think.
Why isn't it being done except by him? It seems like.
I think the 50-50 moment is part of that. So the only way that politicians do learn lessons, I mean, not to talk about politicians like they're like they're animals. They're not. The only way any of us do. The only way a political party learns something is by losing, pretty big. That's when you learn a lesson. That's when you realize, you know what we're doing is not working. What should we be doing that would work better? And the fact is, neither of our parties really lost big in a long time. The closest thing was maybe the 2008 presidential election, but Republicans could justify that. It was after a financial crisis and whatnot. And every other election has been very close, and you could plausibly walk away from it saying, well, if we just do exactly the same thing next time, we're actually going to win. And then they do, and they win. I mean, it's happening right now. We have a political party that has nominated the same person who lost the election to this person to run against him again. Like we're just rerunning an election. There was an outcome to that election. And yet they're not crazy to think that it might be the other way this time. That means that the incentives are not speaking to our politicians. And they do think that continuing to do what they've been doing would be a way to win. And so, look, I think in a funny way, the party that next loses in a significant way might actually be the party that owns the future, because it will be the party that has to think about this moment in its own terms and ask itself, how do you win right now in American political life? Our two parties are not acting as if they've asked that question.
You know, I don't ski, so I've never done this, but I understand when you ski, you learn first how to fall. And I think that there is such a fear of falling and a fear of losing. You know, we talked again earlier today about rather deep human tendencies to other deep human tendencies to have fear. And I think another is actually the fear of letting go of something that you have. And, you know, the behavioral economists are pretty vivid about this, that people will pay much more to keep what they have than to get something else that they want. So what is that? And I do think that we're living in a time where looking in the past rather than the future is driving much more of how people think, and it's fear-based rather than hope-based. So how to build that sense of you don't have to cling to what you have because there's something better coming, that's really tough.
Well, I want to pick up on that because you've written a lot about that, about the millions of people who are discontent because of their fear, and that this is driving so much of the polarization. Let's pick up on that. What do you do about that? Their fears are real, right? They're fearing demographic change. They're fearing political change. They're fearing
economic loss. Yeah.
What does one do to fellow citizens who have that type of fear about change? So again, looking at those terrible moments in human history of mass violence and genocide, there almost always is some element of that. Mm-hmm. And the scapegoating and blaming that we also talked about earlier becomes part of the mechanism for people aspiring to leadership, to get leadership, and to take those kinds of fears and dissatisfactions and put them onto a group of people or a problem somewhere. But what's striking to me is that we have many periods in history of economic dislocation, of demographic change, and we also have many periods in history where there are demagogues. And the disaster is when they come together.
I think, it's not a bad place to start by listening to people and hearing what they're worried about and taking very seriously that these are genuine concerns. I think there's not a lot of listening. Again, Monica was great talking about that at the beginning of the day. These are real concerns. Don't dismiss them. They're not deplorables.
Thank you. So I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit, because when I get into these sorts of conversations, largely with law school students around the country, I'm frequently criticized in a gentle way as, this sounds so Sunday schoolish. Be nice, listen to people.
Yeah, get along.
Get along. And that it has a sense that you're not grappling with the real problem that we have. So that's the background. Let me ask you this. What we're trying to do in the United States today has never been done before. You talk about pluralism. Yuval writes beautifully in his book about that diversity was embraced by the framers. It was a feature, not a bug. But now, can I play devil's advocate? What kind of diversity did you have along the Atlantic seaboard in 19th century, 18th century America? Not quite like the diversity we have now. I mean, the diversity we have now is sort of a biblical proportions. Every nation, kindred, tongue, and people come, and we're going to make a society out of you. That's never been done before. Yeah. Ever in human history. Is the task too large? Is maybe it's just not possible to pull this off?
I think that reality does argue for having some patience with ourselves. And I think we do lack that sometimes. And even among people who think at a very high level about the challenges to our political system, I often, you talk to a lot of law students, I talk to political scientists for my sins, and we, I should say, tend to be comparative in this way. And so you'll run into people saying, well, Norway does this kind of representation much better. And I think, well, Norway is really not much like the United States.
No.
Our peer societies are more like India, Brazil, Mexico. Our democracy is actually a model to a lot of them, and it ought to be, but it is messy. It is always going to be really messy. And our diversity is certainly a part of that. Our dynamism is a part of that too. Americans are just restless, and it's hard to govern a restless people. I do think, though, that the kinds of things we're talking about here they seem naive to cynical people, but I think that cynicism is actually much more naive than this attitude. Cynicism always presents itself as a kind of sophistication. It's actually very simple-minded about how things work and imagines that there's somebody in charge and this is all following their order. Let me tell you, that is not true. I mean, as you know, and I have worked for a president of the United States and for members of Congress, there's nobody at the wheel, okay? And that's a good thing. You wouldn't want one person at the wheel. But conspiracies are impossible. Nobody's thinking 6 steps ahead and in charge of all this. That means that the alternative to the kind of engagement that we're talking about is essentially our society falling apart into violence. That's the alternative. And so certainly a functional constitutional system is not ideal. It's not perfect. Our system has real problems. But the alternative to it is much worse than you imagine. The alternative to it is not you winning. Whether you are a Catholic traditionalist or a progressive law professor, getting rid of the protections for minorities in our system does not end with you winning. That is not what it would look like. It would look very, very ugly. And we have to be realistic, precisely not naive, about what the alternatives really are, and for that reason should see the importance of these mechanisms for facilitating coalition building, which, frustrating as it is a lot better than any alternative in a society this diverse and dynamic.
You mentioned Norway. Norway's not doing so great.
Well, that's true too.
With difference right now. Yeah. And so it turns out that diversity is a challenge. But, frankly, the early period in the United States, there was far more diversity, at least it seemed to the people at the time. There was a fight among the Protestant sects. Sam Hasselby has a wonderful book about this. And let's not forget the 30 Years' War in Europe. I mean, you may think there's not a lot of diversity, but that's a retrospective. People went to war and fought with each other over what now looks like small differences. I do think that the issue of hope and painting the picture is important, along with seeing the value of working with people who are not like you. And these just little experiments where we give to students, here's a problem, sit alone and solve it. Now, solve it with other people. And it's just much better. The jury is an institution. My grandmother, an immigrant, didn't finish 8th grade. She served on a jury, one of the highest moments of her life. And a wise person brought a lot to that jury. There's a lot of wisdom in those institutions that actually not just reach particular results, but teach people the value of working with people unlike yourself.
Okay. So when I speak about this, hopefully I inspire people, but at the end, the question I always get, and we've got 10 minutes from now, 8 minutes from now, we're going to turn it over for questions, but I'm going to ask a first question. The question I always get is, sounds great, this is wonderful, what can I do?
Yeah.
What can I do as an individual? I've come to this, I've listened to this, I've read your book, I've read your talks, but now what can I do to change a change in my behavior that will have some impact on this?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think, first of all, we have to see where recognizing the attitude that's missing can be addressed by just exhibiting the attitude that's missing. Somewhere in your life, you have a position in some institution where you could do better at this kind of work. We each do, wherever we are. And to recognize that what's required of us is to play our part in a coalition-building process is vitally important in our own lives to begin with. And secondly, I think as a citizen, to have the expectation that that is what I want to see, and to vote accordingly and to speak and act accordingly can make a big difference. I also think that there is a way to be prepared for an era of political change and reform by thinking in advance about what we want to see. I think we're approaching that kind of era. There's tremendous frustration now with how our politics is working. We're not just going to stay frustrated forever, but when there's an opportunity for change, what kind of change is it going to be? There's no guarantee that it will be with the grain of the kind of constitutionalism that we're talking about. The only way that'll happen is if people know that that's the grain. If people understand that what's missing now is not just more policy efficiency, but more negotiation. That's not self-evident. That's not obvious. There's a certain amount of learning involved that has to get us there. And I think this is the time to be doing that.
I agree with all that. I think that the Dignity Index is brilliant. I also come back to the discussion about federalism. I think that there's a reason that local government is more trusted, local news is more trusted. When you have more than one dimension along which you relate to people, you maybe have the chance of face-to-face interactions. You are not simply repeating the memes that are circulating around the country. You're actually trying to pick up the garbage. I think that local government, the one thing I would say to people all the time is think local, work locally, and cooperate with people that you have some point of agreement with, even if you disagree on others, particularly if you disagree on others. This is a smaller one, but I think it's really important. Build a bridge to someone with whom you disagree.
What does that mean?
Make a friendship, have a conversation, find some kind of connection. I think crisscrossing connections for me is more realistic than unity in some simple sense. And we're not always going to be aligned on everything, but it turns out we like the same music or the same sports. I once had an experience trying to teach about restorative practices in post-conflict societies where I was touting the benefits of athletic activities. And it was to a group of military people, and one of them said to me, "Oh, that is so soft." Just what the people say to you. Come on, get out of it. Thank goodness there was a general in the back of the room who said, "We know exactly how important the sports activities are in post-conflict societies," and then proceeded to tell some. So you got to have a general with you all the time.
So I want to, go ahead, Yoav.
I was just want to say one more thing. I mean, I think that's so important. And one other piece of this for me that I try to talk with people about is just to try to say we and us when you are almost ready to say they and them. And for me, it's very personal. I'm an immigrant to the United States. I came here as a young child from Israel. I became a citizen when I was 19. And when I took the oath at the federal courthouse in Newark, New Jersey, the judge who gave us all the oath, it was maybe 50, 60 people from all over the world, he got up to give a little speech. And I thought, I was a college student by then, and and a sort of history buff, and I thought he was going to talk about Lincoln. And he didn't talk about any of that kind of thing. He said, from now on, you have to think about America in the first person plural. And I literally didn't know what he meant, but I wrote down first person plural, question mark. And what he meant was, you have to talk in terms of we and us and mean America. And to be able to do that is a tremendous privilege, but it is also very demanding. It means talking about a lot of things you don't like as things we are doing. We is a very important word. We is the first word of the Constitution. It's the first word of that great second sentence of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths. Who's the we? And those documents speak for a people that takes its common fate seriously. And I think we have to be such a people by just thinking and saying we and us, and not thinking of our own fellow citizens as something else.
Anthony Appiah, who's a very thoughtful philosopher, he taught me something very relatedly, in which he said, there's a practice that you don't like, that your country is doing. It's about being done in our name. Yeah. It's our name. It's not them that's doing it. And that was arresting.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to ask you one more question before I turn it over to the audience, because I heard a talk given a couple years ago that changed my thinking greatly, because it sort of indicted me. And you'll know about this, because the idea of this conference actually came from an automobile ride. When I drove you to the airport, yes. Martha came out and spoke at BYU's law school a couple years ago, and I had the pleasure of flying out there.
Can you imagine? This is my chauffeur. It's unbelievable.
No, the law school asked me to fly out from DC to host her, and she gave a great talk at the law school. And then we went up and had a meeting with Dallin Oaks, and it was a remarkable meeting. And it was actually driving you to the airport from there that we first started talking about something like this. But Oaks said something a couple years ago. I want to get your reaction to it. I like it, but I want to see what you think of it. Paul made reference to it earlier. He said, Oaks said, on contested issues, so think of contested issues, think of something that really upsets people, we should seek to moderate and to unify. And he was making the argument that that is the most fundamental obligation of someone who supports and defends the Constitution. In other words, if you say, I support and defend the Constitution, it doesn't mean that you're just for the Second Amendment or the 14th Amendment. Those are all important. But no, it means that you have committed to a habit of thinking and a way of interacting where on contested issues, you are going to seek to moderate and to unify. Possible? Good idea? Bad idea? What are its limits? What are its strengths? What do you think?
I watch people who have done it, and Dallin Oaks is right at the top of the list. I mean, Dallin Oaks is a constitutional legal expert and a significant religious figure. And he has led your church and the state of Utah through a journey of let's put the common ahead of the subgroup that is absolutely breathtaking and says to me it can be done, even if it means that I still have my beliefs, but I cannot impose them on you. That is moderating. That is moderating. So it can be done. Looking at the examples, and the Utah Compromise is, if you don't know it, worth studying. And I'm trying myself to collect examples like this of people and of accomplishments to hold up.
Yuval, contested issues seek to moderate and to unify.
I think there are different ways to understand the term moderation. If moderation just means a middle ground, then it's not enough. It's sometimes important, but I think of moderation as a kind of temperament, as an approach to contested questions that assumes that other people are your equals. And that is an approach that requires of you, that forces you to approach people you disagree with as people you might persuade. And in thinking that way, you moderate yourself unavoidably, because to persuade people, you have to make yourself tolerable to them. To show that they're wrong about something, you have to show them a mirror, and they have to recognize themselves in the mirror before you point out, well, that could change, that could be better. And if you're immoderate about it, they won't recognize themselves and they won't want to hear you. And that's a way in which our kind of free society creates incentives for that kind of temperamental moderation. You see it in all kinds of arenas, not just in politics. I mean, in the business world, you have to appeal to people on their level. And you can't attack them and then expect them to be your customers.
And persuasion depends on finding a point of commonality.
Exactly.
You don't persuade someone by saying, "Don't believe anything that you believe."
Right. They have to be able to see that you're speaking at their level first. And I do think it's right to describe that as a kind of moderation. It's not what everybody means by moderation. And I think there are people who equate moderation with a surrender of principle. And that is not what it is. It's really essential that people in our politics recognize that they have the wrong definition of fighting for what they believe in. Fighting ultimately means reaching an end that advances your purpose. So to fight for your constituents as a member of Congress is actually to make a bargain that's advantageous to them, rather than just to stand across from other people and yell at them. That's not fighting, that's failing. And to come to recognize that kind of moderate temperament as the beginning of successfully fighting for your principles is what it would take for us to have a functional free society. It takes a lot of learning. I mean, that understanding of things is a social achievement. It's not a natural phenomenon. Americans don't just fall from the sky. They have to be made by a culture that is ready to teach us to think this way. And maybe that's what we lack most.
That's very helpful, thank you. I'm not a social scientist, but it's my understanding that the social science of disagreement shows you that persuading someone else almost never happens. It's a unicorn. It just almost never happens. But when it does happen, the common element is friendship. It's most often going to happen when there's friendship. Yeah. And I do some name dropping here. Justice Breyer came and spoke to my class at Harvard last January, and he was all excited because he had just come across a quote from Lincoln that I hadn't seen, and I might be 1838, 1842. Derek probably knows this, but it was making the same point. Lincoln's point was, how am I going to persuade someone unless they're my friend? So I'd like this idea that moderation maybe doesn't mean splitting in half, but it means
Lincoln says this in a speech to the temperance movement.
That's what it was.
And he says you can't get people to change by telling them they're terrible. You have to get people to change by showing them that you're like them and that there's something they could do that would make us a little better.
There's this reciprocal of that too in Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass wrote about dignity, remarkable, his whole life story exemplifying it, but included in it is that one way to have dignity is to show people that you are dignified. And one way to do that is to respect them. And it's that reciprocation that I think is absolutely, that's the virtuous circle.
Great. Well, I've taken too much time with questions. Let's here. Yes. If you could introduce yourself.
You, John Ward with Long Game Strategies, also here on behalf of Interfaith America, which the judge is on the board of. Professor, I had a question for you. You said at one point you find yourself agreeing with Yuval more than you used to. I think I heard you correctly. I was curious about that, if you could elaborate on that. Yuval...
I would say the same, for what it's worth. I don't... It doesn't...
feel free to elaborate.
It doesn't prove which of us has moved.
Yeah. And Yuval, I was going to ask you a slightly more controversial question, but I'll save that for our podcast conversation. I actually saw you get an interesting look on your face when the judge said that people don't persuade others. And you kind of talked
rare.
about the Lincoln quote, but if you could respond to that a little bit more, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, I think we probably have more disagreements on particular policy issues than we do on the topics that we're discussing here about what are the predicates for having a shared society and a democracy, a constitutional democracy. And, you know, I think it often is the case that you find when you're disagreeing with someone, if you can locate that disagreement on a map of how does that relate to other matters, and are those other matters more important to you? It's not so much that I have shifted my views about those other matters, but I have a sense of priorities, that those are not the most important issues.
You know, I think on this front that there's something important about the fact that, for example, we have a written constitution in America, which sets up the framework for us to disagree about policy substance. And we're in a moment now when that framework is what's in danger. And it's possible to agree about that framework while disagreeing about what we would do within the politics that it creates a space for. I think you see that happening a lot. On persuasion, I guess I think people do get persuaded, but I think people are persuaded in private. And that makes it very hard to persuade people. It's actually why I write books. I don't think people get persuaded when you just talk to them and you show them that they're wrong. The incentive, I mean, I'll just speak for myself. It's very hard to just say to somebody, yeah, you're right, I was wrong about that. Totally wrong. These defenses rise up and you think, well, what about this and what about that? But sometimes when you listen to a debate between two people in the audience and you're not under pressure, or when you read a book by somebody that you thought you disagreed with, you can absolutely have a moment where you think, yeah, I'm just wrong about that. That's something I had not understood. I think that does happen and that it's worth doing, but you have to do it in a way that's respectful of the person you're trying to persuade. What a book lets you do is get into somebody's internal life for a long time in an extended way and really talk to them and have them listen to you. I think that's one of the very few ways that are available to us, especially now in a kind of social media age. I think books are more important than ever, because when do I really get to hear somebody for as many hours as I will read their words on the page and think their thoughts? I do believe persuasion is possible.
So reference was made to Interfaith America, which is led by Ibu Patel, one of the most dynamic and charismatic leaders in this. His suggestion to people is read fiction.
Yeah.
Read fiction, because in fiction, you learn to empathize with people that are completely different than you. So anyway, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, sir, here in the back.
Okay, so on that topic of books, one of the things that I've noticed is as I've hired younger staff, usually right out of college, usually bring them in a training program, I have them read various books, including your most recent book that was out. And what I found now is that I have to do this. I have to say, when we discuss this book, I want to hear about what you've learned since you've just graduated from college. Because what I normally hear when we have a book discussion is everything that the author got wrong. Even though the author has a PhD and has been in that field for 30 years, the young college student or young, seminary graduate seems to just have everything figured out as though they are now unteachable. And is that something that can be corrected in our institutions of higher learning? Like, I guess my question is, why is this happening? Why do I have to deal with this? Help me.
You mean now that we've solved the unity issue, let's move on to this one, right?
Well, it's part of the unity.
Yeah, it's-
You can't.
Well, I'd like very much that you report that they do read the book. Because
That's shocking enough.
I increasingly find people who, maybe they listen to the podcast about the book, but seriously, so that's a plus. I don't know, I can't say that I've studied what goes on entirely in higher education all across the country. But I do think that there has been a premium placed on critique. I think that's a fair point. And not on imaginative reconstruction of someone's argument. So I have found it helpful when I teach a seminar to say, here's some ground rules. Our goal is to develop the best version of the arguments that we are encountering, not to find all the holes. And boy, it changes. It changes the conversation. And people become collaborative and imaginative.
Yes, right here.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Miss Kelly. I'm actually not here from an organization. I just came because I'm so interested in the topic today. And as you've been speaking, I've been thinking about fear and hope. And 2 months ago, I was in Israel and I had an 8-hour meal with a Palestinian girl and her parents and an Israeli soldier and his fiance. And at the end of that 8 hours, they both expressed that if their separate friend and family groups knew what they had done that day, they would be cut off. And I was thinking what you were saying, Monica, about how fear can be the motivator behind our worst behavior, but fear can also cause us to hide our best behavior, as in this case. And I was wondering, after that dinner, lunch, breakfast combination, I wonder how many of their friends have the same fear, are doing this bridge building between factions, but aren't letting the other know because they're afraid. And is there a way to fight this fear that can cause us to hide the good?
It's a wonderful question. I think I think it connects to some of what we talked about before in terms of the ways in which perverse incentives now shape how people behave in our political system. A lot of it is fear. I had a very depressing conversation with a politician who I'm not going to name here, but a few years ago, a Republican who was very involved in the reform of the criminal justice system, had worked with a Democrat very prominently in doing that. And somebody asked them in this big gathering, how did that happen? And his answer was, this is an issue that my voters don't care about, and I do. And so I wasn't punished for doing this. And in a sense, that describes success, right? But that's a very depressing answer. And it speaks to what you're saying in the sense that he's otherwise afraid to work with this Democrat, who he clearly can work with, and it's a fear that leads him, as you say, to hide away his virtues, and not just to exacerbate his vices. Within our political system, I think that speaks to working to change these kinds of incentives, finding ways to reward people for behaving virtuously. But where it looks like real fear, where your safety is at stake, your career is at stake, your livelihood is at stake, and we see that in a lot of places in our culture now. I think that kind of fear is absolutely causing a lot of people to put away their virtues and to hide away and contribute to the intense divisions we find in our culture. And look, that requires courage, and it's easy for us to sit here and say you should be more courageous, but to be in that situation is no easy thing.
Yeah, Congressman Sweat. Ambassadors, what do we call you? Ambassador, Congressman, Dick?
Dick.
Okay, Dick.
Dick Sweat. I served in Congress as a raging moderate. And I saw extremists on both sides of the aisle, and quite honestly, their DNA was much more similar than mine was to either of them. And in all your discussions, I would be curious for you to tell me, have you looked at or have you thought about the fact that we are all programmed differently, we are built differently, and that some of us just end up being extremists and others of us are always looking for the solution down the center. And I don't hear any of that in the discussion, and I think it's a very prominent influencer in the conversations that I've had with former members and with friends of mine that I've made in Congress that I continue to work with.
Well, I'll say a couple of things. I'm a middle child.
Me too.
So you too.
Yeah.
So whatever I might have been otherwise, overwhelmed by being the middle child.
So you're saying all members of Congress
Should be middle.
or first children?
Well, I do think that, our early experiences influence whether or not we go for extremes or we go for the moderation. I also, I just would add to that, I think that the rewards that people get for being on an extreme, it goes back to the question about critique. I actually had a colleague say to me, you should stop being so moderate in your writing because you won't get noticed unless you take extreme positions. So there are rewards in the culture that also explain a lot. So you may be right that there's something inherent in people's temperaments. You can't be a parent without believing that there's such a thing as temperament. But I do think that society and the institutions and the groups in which we find ourselves pull us one way or the other. Look, I'm an introvert, but I had to learn to pretend to be an extrovert to be a dean. You learn these things. And I think that moderates can learn to take positions, but also people who might be inclined to extremes can learn to be more moderate.
Yeah, I really agree with a lot of that, and I also, my wife calls me a communitarian introvert. I know it's important, but do I really have to? I think that, I guess the way that I think about that challenge of the fact that people have different natures is actually to think about the kinds of incentives we create that determine who enters our political life. Yeah. What kind of person finds Congress attractive? If the answer to that is a person who wants to grandstand, then there's something wrong with how Congress is structured so that it attracts those people. The fact that people who want to grandstand do it, that doesn't prove very much. But for someone to say that they're not interested in having a policy staff, they only want a communication staff so that they can, well, you just think there are a lot of jobs you could have in our economy that are very well suited to your personality. I don't think being a member of Congress is actually one of those jobs. And right now, it is. And there are ways that we can think about the incentives and change the rules and think in a Madisonian way about how institutional structure can alter culture so that the institution is attractive to the kind of person who says, you know what I like? I like to sit around a table with people who disagree about an important question and come to some constructive conclusion. That's the kind of person who should find Congress attractive. It should be much too boring to attract the kinds of people it now attracts.
It's such a good point. We used to talk about Congress, being a congressperson as the starter job to being a lobbyist. Now it's the starter job to being an influencer.
Right.
Yeah. So we need to wrap up here, but final word. Recently, I can't remember what the setting was, but the president of Biola University was commenting about the things that are happening on campus today, and he said, I really wish that students, before they became activists, would learn how to sit down across the table and talk to one another. And his sense was, maybe that's what we ought to be. Go ahead and be an activist, but after you've learned how to talk to one another. You've all made reference earlier to the letter that Washington wrote to Congress transmitting the Constitution. I only know the contents of that letter because of the good work that Derek Webb has done. And I believe the quote is this, the longer quote is this, that Washington said the Constitution is the result of that spirit of amity and that mutual deference and concession, which the peculiarity of our political circumstance rendered indispensable. So Washington was saying exactly what you're saying. This is not a naive view. This is, according to Washington, the only way the Constitution was created, and I happen to believe it's the only way it's going to survive. And I'm grateful to two people, one from the right, one from the left, who can model for us precisely the type of spirit of amity, mutual deference, and concession which we all need to embody. I'm encouraged by what Tim told us today, that 10% can tip a society. We are the 10%. We need to take this, to take the example of Yuval and Martha and all the others who participated in it, and model it in our own lives, in our communities, because the situation demands it. So thank you to AEI, thank you to you.